What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to a brand new live stream. And today, got a special one for you guys here. We got the NBA Finals, which we'll talk about later. But first, we're going to be tier ranking all 65 Cobra Kai episodes. It took me a while to make this tier list, but I made it myself on tier ranking. I think that's what it's called, tiermaker.com. So if you guys want to go check it out, feel free to do so. But we're going to start off in chronological order. So we're starting off with season 1, episode 1, Ace Degenerate, the very first episode of Cobra Kai. Now, this is a pretty good episode. It starts off with the end of the original Karate Kid, then time jump 34 years later, Johnny waking up in bed, beer bottles everywhere, gets up, goes through his, daily routine. He meets Miguel. Miguel has the first line of the show. Kind of just waves him off, gets into his Firebird, drives into town, and, just goes about his daily life. Does just numerous jobs, and he's not very good at his job. He tried to fix a fuse box, and that blew up in his face. He removes a dead rat from somebody's roof, and these kids spray water guns at him. So he's clearly not happy with his job, and then he mounts somebody's TV on the wall. But we all know this infamous lady just went at Johnny and, was just yelling at him and all that. And, he accidentally mounted her TV on the wrong wall, and she was making a big deal out of it. And he's like, all right, quit bitching at me. And she's like, what did you just call me? And then, of course, Johnny's boss fires him, which his boss's name was Mike. And for years, people were speculating that was Mike Barnes, but it wasn't. So that was funny. So then he goes to the mini mart, gets a pizza, runs into Miguel again. And then we see Kyler and his buddies. They try to get beer, but Miguel somehow ruins that. So they pick a fight with Miguel, and Johnny intervenes when they throw Miguel into his Firebird. So Johnny steps in and beats the crap out of him. Unfortunately, the police take it the wrong way and spray him with mace, and Johnny gets arrested. Sid bails him out. Miguel asks him to teach him karate. He says no. So then he gets into a bickering match with Sid. And Sid's like, just get your life in order. But at this point, you're like the meat in your fridge. So then he watches this old film, and has like a bunch of flashbacks of him training in the original Karate Kid and him fighting Kyler and all those dudes. Then Daniel's commercial comes on. He gets mad, destroys his TV, and then goes out driving and drinking. Goes to the All Valley Arena. Gets hit with a bunch of flashbacks. Then Yasmin runs into his car. Sam is in there. Starts freaking out. They drive off. Then his car gets towed to LaRusso Auto, which is the last thing he wants. So then he tries to get his car back to take it somewhere else, but that doesn't work. And then he runs into Daniel. So they have this whole awkward conversation. Daniel gives him a bonsai, and he's like, I don't blame you for what happened in the day. That was Cobra Kai. We're all better without her. Am I right? So then Johnny walks off, drops the plant on the ground, and then changes his mind and takes Miguel as his first karate student. And that's how the episode ends there. But yeah, this is a pretty good episode. We'll put it in the good tier. Next, we have Season 1, Episode 2, Strike First. Basically, this episode ends, or it starts out with Daniel and his life and how he's doing, and basically shows us his wife Amanda. Sorry about that. My dogs were barking. Anyway, sorry. But in this episode, it's basically like Daniel and his, perspective and what's going on with his life, about like his car dealership and his family, and like his kids, Sam and Anthony, and like him at his dealership. And then he discovers that Johnny has brought back Cobra Kai. He gets all these flashbacks, and now he's all worried about it. And then it's the first time we see Johnny training Miguel, which was, pretty cool to see. It was a pretty funny scene. And Sam throws a party at Daniel's house without asking. And, you have the whole beach club stuff. And, we get introduced to Aisha. Miguel has his first day at school. He sees Sam for the first time. And obviously already has a crush on her. But Kyler sits down with her, and that whole situation turns awkward. And then Johnny continues to train Miguel. Johnny gets a call from Robbie's school principal. She lets him know what's going on. So then Robbie pretty much insults him and has resentment towards him. And then Johnny continues to train Miguel and tells him, like, no, you're doing it all wrong. You got to picture your enemy. And obviously you have Daniel apologizing to Sam, but then she apologizes to him instead. And Daniel comes up with the idea to invite Kyler over to dinner. Then later on, Daniel meets Kyler. Kyler's kind of disrespectful about the whole fish stuff. So then Daniel and Kyler kind of have an awkward conversation, and then he brings up the whole mini mart stuff, kind of tells like a biased story. So then Daniel goes to confront Johnny. They have a standoff, and then Daniel realizes that Johnny's training Miguel. Oh my gosh, my dogs will not start barking. Um, so Daniel warns Miguel, and then Johnny kind of warns Daniel about Sam's friends. He's like, "Get your house in order." Um, Daniel gets mad at that, so then they have this little like stare off to end the episode. But yeah, pretty good episode. I'd probably put it like ahead of episode 1, maybe. I don't know. But I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. No worries, Melissa. All right, on to episode 3. It is called Esqueleto. I know it's Spanish for skeletons, but I thought it was a good episode. It's very short. It's only like 24 minutes long, but basically, um, this is focused on the whole Halloween dance kind of a thing. Um, oh my gosh. Sorry, that's like the third time that's happened. But main focus is the whole Halloween thing. Um, and Miguel's training with Johnny, and Daniel's all paranoid about Sam being with Kyler, and um, uh, Miguel tries to help Johnny advertise Cobra Kai on the web. Um, and Daniel comes up with the idea to chaperone Sam's dance, and she doesn't like that idea because she doesn't want to get embarrassed. But Daniel promises her that he's not going to embarrass her. So Miguel wanted to be Deadpool, but costume didn't come out great. So Johnny gives him a skeleton costume instead, and Johnny teaches them how to cook or how to kick. Excuse me. Teaches them how to kick using a dangerous method. There's a whole training montage. Again, sorry about that. Goes through a whole training montage, and then we get to the Halloween dance. Miguel arrives in a skeleton costume. Sam, Yasmin, and Moon are wearing Lakers cheerleader outfits, and Dimitri's dressed as some sort of I don't remember what it was. It was some sort of Harry Potter thing, I think. And then Eli was dressed as a plastic surgeon. So then Daniel talks with Counselor Blatt. Then Johnny goes around the school putting up papers to join Cobra Kai. And then Daniel sees Miguel in a skeleton outfit. Then he tracks down Johnny, and then they get into a whole confrontation. Then Daniel sees Kyler and Sam running down the hallway. So then Daniel misinterprets the situation, so he steps in. Kyler makes it look innocent and say, "I was just giving her a necklace that my grandma gave me." So she gets mad at him, and then Miguel, Eli, and Dimitri are in the wrong place at the wrong time. Eli and Dimitri run away. Miguel stays put and kicks Kyler. But then Miguel gets ambushed, gets the crap beaten out of him. And Johnny discovers it, and the episode ends there. But yeah, I have it behind the first two because it's a lot shorter. It's not a very long episode, but I still think it's a good episode. And we have season 1, episode 4, Cobra Kai Never Dies. Now that is a really good title. So it's kind of weird that they use it on this episode, but it's not a bad episode at all. I think it's a pretty good episode where, let's see, Horror Fanatic says, Karate Kid Legends is not worth watching in theaters. Yeah, I heard. I know that this is jumping the gun a bit, but I would definitely put the season 1 on. The episode is great. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. Episode 4 was mid. I thought it was a solid filler episode. Basically, you have Johnny and Miguel's training put on pause because of Carmen. She doesn't want him doing it anymore. She doesn't want him getting hurt. So Johnny gets drunk. He spray paints a you-know-what on a Larissa Auto billboard. Daniel flips out about it, as you would expect. Sam's still mad at Daniel. Johnny gets a call from Robbie's school, so he has to go see what's up with Robbie. Then he kind of pushes Miguel away. Then he goes to go see Robbie. They get into an argument, so then Johnny leaves. He confronts Shannon. They get into an argument, so then he leaves. And then Sam discovers Kyler's true personality, that he is a bully. So she ignores him at the movie theater, and he tries to harass her. She puts him on his ass and then leaves and pretty much just dumps him for being a piece of crap. So then we see Johnny looking at his dad and his kid eating ice cream together. He feels heartbroken over that. So he goes over to make things right with Miguel and pleads his case with Carmen. And then like a day later, Carmen agrees to let Miguel train with Johnny again. He says the best defense, more offense. Sam forgives Daniel, and they're all good now. And then Daniel discovers that it was Johnny who defaced the billboard, and the episode ends there. So I think it's a solid episode. Episode 5 was really good. The way this episode opens up, the whole training montage was done really well. You have Kyler spreading rumors about Sam, which this episode was called Counterbalance. Daniel tries to get Tarkarian to raise the rent to screw over Johnny. Aisha goes to join Cobra Kai. Johnny doesn't denies it at first, but Miguel's able to talk him into it. So she starts her training. She's the first girl in Cobra Kai. And then Sam confronts Yasmin and Moon and why they've been ignoring her. They explain the whole situation, and Sam tries to plead her case, but they don't believe her. So then she just dumps them. The cafeteria fight scene was done phenomenally well. You have Sam confronting Kyler. Sam's about to punch Kyler, but Miguel steps in and whoops their asses. Then it goes viral, and more people want to join Cobra Kai. Amanda puts her foot down and, gives Daniel a talk. Daniel visits Miyagi's grave, and then starts clearing out the pool house or whatever, and gets back into karate. Johnny gives Miguel his Cobra Kai gi. Robbie sees them hugging. He gets pissed, so then he decides to work for Daniel at LaRusso Auto. And the episode pretty much ends with Daniel doing kata. But yeah, this is a pretty good episode. Let's see. Actually, as it turns out, Daniel did not misinterpret Kyler's intention with Sam in season 1, episode 4. Episode 5, Miguel beginning of being a skilled fighter. I would put episode 5 as great. All right, and then we get to episode 6, Quiver. This is a very good episode. It starts off with a Johnny flashback, then of him first discovering Cobra Kai. Then fast forward to present, where it's present day. Johnny is with the new generation of students who want to learn Cobra Kai because of Miguel's fight with Kyler. So then Dimitri starts being annoying. And then Robbie works for Daniel at Larissa Auto. Louie and Anush trick him to make him look bad, and then Daniel misinterprets the situation. So then Daniel rushes outside to apologize, and gives Robbie some good advice. Then Johnny puts Dimitri on his ass for being disrespectful, so Dimitri decides to quit. Then Kyler's now afraid of Miguel, rightfully so. Then you have Miguel and Sam talking in biology class, which was cool. Then you have Louie tricking Robbie again by Robbie delivering an inappropriate magazine to Daniel. Then Daniel offers to train him, and then Robbie says yes. And then this episode ends with Eli becoming Hawk. So I thought that was a really good scene. So I think this is a great episode. See, no new comments. Let's check on the OKC game. Pacers up by 7 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So, yeah, that's awesome. Next, we have episode 7, All Valley. The title pretty much lets you know what it's about. Where Johnny wants to enter Cobra Kai in the All Valley, but he learns that Terry Silver and John Kreese got it banned. So now he has to find a way to get it unbanned. Miguel asks out Sam. So they go on their first date. They go to golf and stuff. They do mini golf together. So you have a nice little montage there. You have some Cobra Kai training scenes as well. I think this episode opened up with the whole Robbie training montage. You have Robbie and Daniel stuff, which I thought was pretty good. Then Trey and Cruz want Robbie to help them break in and steal stuff. Obviously, Robbie's uncomfortable with it. So then you have the whole All Valley board meeting where Johnny's like, I want to submit an appeal to get Cobra Kai unbanned. Of course, Daniel is there to go against Johnny. So then, obviously, and then prior to this, Johnny and Miguel gave each other prior advice on how to handle the situation. So then, at golf and stuff, Sam and Miguel start flirting. Then Sam kisses Miguel, and then Johnny pleads his case to the board. And then they all take a vote on it. And then Johnny ends up getting his way. Then this episode ends with Miguel and Johnny celebrating and having a drink together. So that was pretty good. So I'd probably take it. I don't know if it's a great episode, but I think it's a good episode. So, yeah. Sam, what were you thinking for Miguel stuttering? Sam, because I think ours is female. Yeah, that was an awkward situation. Next, we have episode 8, Molting. So, obviously, a short little time jump. Sam and Miguel have been dating for a while. Johnny learns that Miguel's dating Daniel's daughter. So, Johnny tells Miguel a completely biased side of his story, the events of the original Karate Kid. So, Miguel obviously believes him. Then you have Daniel's mom, Lucille, in here. Daniel venting to Lucille about the whole Cobra Kai situation. And then Sam tries to get Miguel to join a different dojo to make her life easier. Miguel says no. What else did you have? I think you had more. Yeah, you had Robbie meet Sam for the first time. Then you had Daniel and Robbie training in the forest, which was pretty cool. And then Sam gets Amanda and Lucille to get along. So that was cool. You have Johnny, obviously, at the beginning, trying to train the students, getting them ready for the All Valley. And then you have Miguel trying to work up the guts to introduce himself to Daniel. Then Miguel sees Sam having dinner with Robbie. He gets all paranoid. Then you have Johnny writing Robbie a letter. Then he sees Louie and these biker dudes destroying his car, so he goes out there and fights them. Then they light his car on fire, so then he takes off on one of their motorcycles into the night. But yeah, I thought this was a pretty good episode. Probably put it in good for now. Let's see. Well, I have to go now. I just dropped in to say hi, but I will definitely watch this on replay. Well, thanks for stopping by, Melissa. It's good to see you again. But yeah, it'll probably be a long rewatch because it's going to be a long one. Next, we have episode 9, different but same. I thought this was a really great episode. You have Johnny going to confront Daniel. Daniel's all confused and stuff, and then he realizes what happened. So they almost get into a fight. Anthony sees it, and Daniel sees it, Amanda sees it, and she intervenes and says, like, why don't we invite him in for breakfast? So they go ahead and do that. And then, like, Miguel and Sam kind of have an awkward moment where Miguel asks Sam, like, what she was up to the previous night. She said, just a family dinner. And he's like, I would like to meet your family. And then they have, like, not really an argument, but kind of like just a short little dispute. So then Sam feels like she needs to tell her family that she has a new boyfriend that's in Cobra Kai. Daniel and Johnny have an argument at the table. Johnny reveals that Sam was involved with the hit and run, then Amanda gets all concerned. And then then Johnny and Anthony insult each other. Then Daniel and Amanda get into an argument. Amanda convinces Daniel to give Johnny a new car. So then Johnny and Daniel spend the day driving around in a Dodge Challenger. to different places, listening to Speedwagon. Sam goes to Amanda, and then Amanda confronts Sam about a hit and run. Then Sam shows the guilt. Amanda gets upset and then grounds Sam, and that kind of screws over Miguel, where they decide to throw a party at where Yasmin's supposed to be having her birthday party. Because Aisha wanted to get some payback. Then Daniel or what? So then Sam gets grounded for just using anything electronic. So she's unable to communicate with Miguel. Then Daniel and Johnny start reminiscing stuff at a bar, and they start, relating in a way, and they're actually getting along for once. Then you have the whole, party. Yasmin gets pissed, and then Kyler sees Miguel and quickly drives away. And then Robbie shows up at the LaRusso house, sees that Sam's grounded. So then Robbie fakes an ankle injury to get Sam out of there. So they go to the party. Aisha gives Yasmin a front wedgie. And then, Sam arrives with Robbie tumbling down the hill. Miguel takes it the wrong way because he's drunk, so he confronts Sam. They start yelling at each other. Robbie tries to intervene. Miguel shoves him down. And then they get into it, and then Miguel accidentally hits Sam. And Sam freaks out about him or at him. And, she dumps him right there and then. And then Johnny discovers that Daniel's been training his son Robbie. So then they get into a scuffle again. And then Daniel gets upset at Robbie and kicks him out. And then Johnny drives off, and the episode pretty much ends there. But yeah, I thought it was a great episode. And then we have the season 1 finale, episode 10, Mercy. This is a great finale. Or a great episode, I should just say, in general. She might move episode 4 to mid. But yeah, this is a great episode. Pretty much focused on the All Valley. Miguel's pissed about the whole breakup with Sam. And then, Daniel and Sam are kind of depressed. But they decide to go to the tournament. Johnny gives a good speech to Cobra Kai. Then they enter in, and you have a whole montage of fights, which is a pretty good montage. And then you have Miguel beat Xander, which Xander's mom was going crazy. Then you had Robbie doing well. He was fighting unaffiliated. So then you have Robbie and Hawk's fight, which is awkward between Robbie and Johnny. Hawk lands a point on him. Daniel starts rooting for him. He's like, remember what you learned, Robbie. And obviously while this is happening, Sam and Aisha are trying to make amends. So then Robbie ties it up. Then they get into a little argument where Hawk's like, that's the last that's the last point you're gonna score. And then he's like, why? To going home early to fix a stupid haircut. That gets Hawk mad. And then he injures Robbie's shoulder. And then he gets disqualified. And then Robbie has to get it treated. So let's see. OKC Thunder. Noah was just freaking out in my group chat, so I'm confused. Oh, Pacers are winning with 30 seconds left. Okay. But after Robbie gets injured, Sam Miguel goes to talk to Sam and tries to apologize. Doesn't really work out. They get into a whole argument. And then Robbie's like, watch what I do to Robbie in the finals. So then Sam decides to leave with Amanda and Anthony. So Robbie comes out ready to fight after Daniel fails to do the healing technique. Gets announced that Daniel's going to coach Robbie. So then Robbie and Miguel have an intense fight. It's pretty competitive despite Robbie's injured shoulder. Miguel shows poor sportsmanship when Robbie tries to help him up and just yanks on his arm. So Miguel kind of fights a little dirty, giving Johnny flashbacks to the '84 tournament. And Miguel ends up winning. So then Cobra Kai wins the tournament. Johnny tries to get to Robbie, but his own dojo doesn't really let him. So then Johnny goes to say, I'm sorry to Robbie. And Robbie's like, it's okay. And then walks off with Daniel. And Daniel's like, I hope you got what you wanted. So then Miguel talks with his mom and Grandma and Dimitri, and he tries to find Sam, but Sam obviously left early. Then Sam has like a little training thing to get back into karate, but then we see Daniel driving Robbie to Miyagi-Do. So Daniel decides to open up Miyagi-Do to take down Cobra Kai. And then the season ends with Johnny sitting in his office by himself. Then someone comes into Cobra Kai, and it turns out it is John Kreese setting up season 2. It's a really good finale. Really good episode. But that is going to wrap it up for season 1. Now on to season 2. Holy crap, Pacers actually pulled it off. Okay, we'll talk about that later. But we're on season 2, episode 1, Mercy, part 2. This is a very good season opener. Probably put it in good, but opens up with Johnny seeing Kreese for the first time in years. They get into a fight. Then you have Daniel and Robbie fixing up Miyagi-Do. That was a nice montage. Then Daniel talks with Amanda about the whole Sam and Miguel situation. And then Carmen expresses her concerns about Miguel. Johnny's like, don't worry, I won't let him go astray. Then you have Miguel all depressed about Sam out with his friends while they're trying to celebrate Cobra Kai's championship. So then Johnny meets Kreese at the cafe. They talk for a while. Johnny pushes away Kreese and tells him to stay away from the students. And then Daniel has a talk with Sam. Then Johnny goes to buy stuff to fix the window. He sees Daniel and Robbie there. Johnny and Robbie have a conversation that doesn't end very well. So then, while Johnny's fixing the window, he has a flashback of Kreese giving him a blue belt and pretty much reprimanding him. And then Trying to remember. I just watched this episode today. Then Johnny reprimands his students, specifically Miguel and Hawk for injuring Robbie and Miguel for targeting that injury. So he makes them do 60 push-ups. He has a conversation with Miguel where he basically tells him, like, I don't want you to end up like me and all that. So just finish up your drills. So then Miguel goes ahead and does that. And Robbie has a conversation with Daniel about how they're going to take down Cobra Kai. And they said they're not. We're just going to focus on Miyagi-Do and teaching karate the right way. And then Sam shows up wanting to join, has a change of heart. So Robbie and Sam train together. And then this episode ends with Johnny officially allowing Kreese back in. So, yeah, pretty good episode. Then we have episode 2, Back in Black. I think this is a very good episode. Probably put it like around here, I guess. But basically, this episode opens up with the song Back in Black by AC/DC, which I thought was really cool. You have Johnny and Miguel cruising around in the Cobra Kai Challenger. And Miguel sees these chicks, and then Johnny's like, don't look, play it cool. And then we see Robbie kicking this guy. He turns out to be another boyfriend of his mom. So Robbie threatens him to protect his mom. And he takes out his frustration at Miyagi-Do. Turns out his mom's leaving for a while. Specifically Mexico, I think. Then Sam gets a phone call, which she thinks it's Aisha, but it's actually Miguel trying to apologize, make things right. She pushes him away and just completely writes him off. So then things get awkward between her and Robbie. She says, I'm sorry about that. I thought it was Aisha. And Robbie's like, whatever, you can talk to whoever you want. So then they have their first day of training. Daniel tries to teach them balance and, trying to teach them the whole wheel technique on land, which kind of doesn't work very well. But then Daniel gets a call from Amanda, so he has to go take care of that urgently. Then Johnny invites Kreese to Cobra Kai, which Kreese shows up a day early. So then the Cobra Kai class kind of doesn't really take it seriously and kind of jokes around and stuff, which pisses off Johnny. So then Johnny puts his foot down and, tells them meet me here at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. You don't show, you're off the team. Class dismissed. Then Daniel tries to rush back to Miyagi-Do by trying to sell 10 cars in a day with Amanda, which they do. So that was pretty crazy. It was a good scene for Daniel and Amanda. Then Johnny and Kreese have the students at a location where they're mixing cement, and a cement mixer arrives, and Johnny makes them get in it and make it spin. And Kreese gives a whole speech, which kind of inspires the students. And then you have Daniel teaching Sam and Robbie the wheel technique. So we have that whole scene. You kind of cut back and forth between those. So then the students, Johnny's students, learn their lesson. And then Daniel and Sam Sam and Robbie get the wheel technique down, and they kind of bond and get closer. And then Robbie apologizes for snapping at her earlier, when like he lost power and Sam was asking him a question and Robbie kind of just pushes her away, and then so he apologizes for that. So then he goes ahead and or she goes ahead and asks Daniel if he knows anything about Robbie's home life. So then Robbie shows up to Robbie's apartment and basically helps him out. So they have Robbie stay with them, and Amanda's like, listen, he has a father. So then Kreese talks to Johnny about like the whole training thing. So then they go to the mini mart and they get a couple Coors Banquets, and then Daniel shows up there to confront Johnny. He's like dead my ass because he discovers Kreese is very much alive and well. And then they have a whole confrontation scene, and it was a very good scene. It was very well done. And then Daniel's like, I came here to ask you a question, and I got my answer. So then he leaves off. He drives off into the night, and, that's how that episode ends. But it was a very solid episode. But next we have season 2, episode 3, Fire and Ice. I thought this was a pretty solid episode. Probably put it like around here, I guess. But this was basically the opening scene of this episode was hilarious, of like Johnny like not knowing how to use a Dell laptop, and was basically like he's like this Apple's a piece of shit. It won't even turn on. He's like, first off, it's a Dell, and have you tried plugging it in? And like, or no, he said, have you tried pressing the power button? And he's like, yeah, I've done it a million times. I'm not an idiot. So then he shows him where the actual power button is. He's like, have you seriously never owned a computer before? He's like, yeah, I'm not a nerd. And then he just kind of scoffs and walks off. And then he's like, this is bullshit. Where's the goddamn internet? And he's like, have you tried connecting to the Wi-Fi? And he's like, of course I have. What's Wi-Fi? And he's like, bro, this is a pawn shop, not the Geek Squad. Figure it out. And then, of course, Johnny eventually figures it out and then gets his computer working and starts looking up inappropriate stuff, and then watches a bunch of martial arts videos. And then he stumbles upon an ad for Miyagi-Do, and then he gets all pissed off. Then we cut to the beach scene of Hawk and Dimitri playing volleyball. Dimitri uses a Cobra Kai towel to wipe off some sweat. He sees these girls, and Dimitri acts like he's a part of the Cobra Kai team, and he's like, yeah, we won the All Valley and stuff. Da, 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 da. And he's like, okay, we'll see you around. And Hawk gets annoyed with him. He's like, when are you going to sign up? He's like, I'm enjoying the pain or the game without the pain. Then Miguel shows up, and Hawk's like, come on, dude, no more sulking about Sam. He's like, this isn't about Sam. This is about Sensei Lawrence and Robbie Keane. And then Hawk gets interested because I forgot to mention at the end of the previous episode, Miguel discovers a picture of Robbie in Johnny's apartment. So he gets kind of confused. And then later on this episode, they learn that Robbie is in fact Johnny's son. So Hawk does some digging on it. We get more Miyagi-Do training scenes. And then Amanda is upset at Daniel for using their marketing budget on a Miyagi-Do advertisement. So he has to make it right with Amanda. And then Daniel starts going through comments and saying, like, they're calling me Daniel the racist on here. He's like, that was Mr. Miyagi's favorite song. But that was a pretty funny scene. So then they decide to sponsor Valley Fest. And then Amanda unintentionally gives him the idea of Miyagi-Do doing a demonstration at Valley Fest. So he goes ahead and does that. Hawk and Miguel discover that Robbie is Johnny's son. So then they go, not really to confront Johnny, but to like ask him about it. Johnny gets upset. He punishes them by making them clean mats for the rest of the week. So then Kreese overhears it. Then later on, like Kreese is like, I don't know how you handle that. LaRusso training your son like his own. He's like, you should be training that boy. And, and then Kreese, warns him like, don't let LaRusso sink his mitts into Miguel. So then Johnny takes Miguel out to a burger place. And this is one of the most beautiful scenes of the show where Johnny gives Miguel the context of the whole Robbie situation on how like his mom passed away and like he was too depressed to do anything. He was too broken down and he missed the birth of his own son and how the guilt weighs down on him every day since. And he's like, I would do anything to like undo it and all that. And it was such a beautiful scene. And he tells Miguel that I'll always have your best interests at heart. So then Miguel tells Johnny that apparently Miyagi-Do is doing a demonstration at Valley Fest. So Johnny's like, oh, they are, huh? So we see the whole Miyagi-Do demonstration. Then they do like 2 demonstrations, and then Cobra Kai interrupts it in a badass way, and they play like this really badass song, Back in the Game, and like these do all these cool demonstrations, breaking boards, breaking cement blocks. Like it was done very, very well. And then everyone starts chanting Cobra Kai, which makes Daniel upset. And the episode pretty much ends there. But yeah, pretty solid episode. Still no guests on yet. But that's okay. We'll just keep it pushing. Next one is episode 4, The Moment of Truth. This was a okay episode. This is Tori's debut to the series, so this is the first time we get to see Tori in Cobra Kai. So basically, this episode opens up with Dimitri trying to join Cobra Kai again after the whole Valley Fest demonstration. Doesn't really go well with Kreese. Kind of disrespects Kreese's tattoo, so then he punches him and kicks him out. And then you have like the whole Johnny welcomes in like another class of recruits. Daniel decides to you have Sam and I'm trying to remember. You had trying to figure out what else was in this episode. I think you had some Miyagi-Do stuff earlier, I think. But you have you have Daniel fixing up the banana boat. And you have Robbie and Sam sparring with each other. And then Sam goes over to Daniel and asks him if he's going to teach him karate. And he gave them some pretty good advice. And then he fixes up the car. And he's like, all right, let's go out for a drive. Then it cuts to the Cobra Kai dojo of Kreese telling these war stories to Hawk and Aisha. And then Miguel's not really buying it. He's kind of getting annoyed. So then Johnny's like, all right, everybody fall in. And, he walks down the dojo. he sees Stingray there, and Stingray's like, I want to learn to kick some ass. So Johnny takes his money and he accepts him there. And then Johnny's like, who has the balls to take on the champ? And then Tori says, I'll take him on. Which is, like I said, her introduction to the series. So then Miguel's like, she's like, you guys can put on a show. Can you actually fight? And she's like, I like a challenge. So then Miguel's like, are you sure you want to do this? And then she kicks him in the groin. And then he's like, all right, game on. And then they have a sparring match to see how she does. And then Miguel knocks her down. He's like, hey, I'm Miguel. And then she's like, I'm Tori. And then she takes him down with a Y. I think Miguel was holding back a bit. We all know Miguel would win. Not holding back. So that's just, it is what it is. Then you have Tori and Aisha meet, and they get to know each other better. So Aisha invites Tori to the country club, or the beach club, technically. So then Daniel, Sam, and Robbie meet Amanda there. Aisha and Tori eventually arrive there. Miguel expresses his concerns about Kreese to Johnny. Johnny's like, don't worry, I'm on top of it. And then later at the beach club, Sam talks to Robbie about the whole Aisha situation. So then Sam goes to talk to Aisha. That doesn't go well at first, and then they kind of just get over the whole thing. And then this guy that Robbie got in trouble with confronts him, but then Amanda stands up for him. And then Amanda and Robbie have a talk, and Amanda's like, look, we all make mistakes. What matters is what we do now. And then it cuts to Kreese yelling at somebody on the phone, and then Johnny talks to them. So then Kreese leaves, and then Johnny decides to follow him. So then later, Sam meets Tori. They kind of have a little dispute, and then Tori kind of walks off with Aisha. And then Johnny discovers that Kreese is staying at a homeless shelter. And then Amanda discovers her wallet got stolen. So she assumes that Tori stole it because she stole the vodka. They get into a confrontation. Sam puts her hands on Tori, trying to grab her bag. Tori defends herself and kicks her into the dessert table. And then Aisha asks Sam if she's okay. And she's like, some friend you have. And she's like, you shouldn't have accused her like that, which she is right. And storms off. And then Aisha and Sam, once again, are not on good terms at all. And then Aisha is pretty much done with Sam's crap. So then Robbie discovers that it was Trey and Cruz who took Amanda's wallet. So then he goes to fight them, but he gets knocked out from behind. And then Daniel rescues Robbie, and, he takes those guys down with ease. And, Sam feels bad about the whole Aisha situation, so she tries to text Aisha to apologize, but Aisha just ignores her. And then Robbie talks to Daniel. He filmed Daniel beating up those guys, but Daniel said, no, it's not about, clout or anything. It's about, self-defense and defending others. So then Dimitri shows up and he wants to join. And then Daniel's like, you've come to the right place. And then we cut to well, I forgot to mention this. Kreese has a very emotional scene with Johnny of them talking at the homeless shelter. Shh. Sorry about that. But Johnny and Kreese have a emotional scene at the homeless shelter, and then, Johnny gives him, another chance. And then at the Cobra Kai dojo, Johnny has Kreese take over the lesson, and he's like, Miguel's like, "Are you sure of it?" He's like, "There's nothing to worry about." So then the episode ends with Kreese going ites. But yeah, pretty solid episode. Next we have season 2, episode 2, All In. I thought this is a really good episode. I might put it here, where basically you have a Hawk flashback when he was Eli. Then he, cries to his mom. Then flashback to present day. His hair is now red instead of blue. He gets a hawk tattoo on his back, and then kisses Moon. Then you have Dimitri and Miyagi-Do with Daniel, and Daniel, makes him paint the fence. He's like, "Can we just skip this and show me the moves?" And Daniel's like, nah. And then like Kreese and Johnny, demonstrate in front of like the other Cobras, like, you have to make a move, you have to go all in. So Miguel starts taking that to heart. And then Kreese talks to Johnny, and he's like, "The most important student wasn't here today. That's your son." And he's like, "You teach these lessons, but do you actually take them to heart? Like, go all in." So he basically motivates Johnny to make things right with Robbie. So then you have the whole cafe scene where Tori starts flirting with Miguel while Miguel's trying to work on a project for Sam, trying to make like a cute little video to try and win Sam back. So then Johnny goes to Shannon's apartment and sees that they've been evicted. Then Johnny's trying to find Robbie to make amends with him. And then later on, Hawk reads Dimitri's Yelp review on Cobra Kai. And so they basically go to the mall. And then you have Dimitri training with Sam and Robbie at Miyagi-Do. And Dimitri's all negative. So then they end up at the mall later. And Tori starts, flirting with Miguel even more. So Miguel shows her what she's working on. She gets jealous and realizes that Sam is his ex. So then she convinces him that it's not a good idea. It makes you look desperate and all that. Let's just, the best thing to do is to make it look like you're over her. And how you do that is by having fun. And I know just the place. So she takes him out. Then we jump to Johnny going to LaRusso Auto looking for Robbie. He then learns that Robbie's living with Daniel. So he gets upset. He gets drunk. Then you have the whole mall fight scene where Hawk confronts Dimitri and pretty much jumps him. And obviously Sam and Robbie defend Dimitri and take them down. And then Carmen has a heart-to-heart with Johnny about the whole Robbie situation and Daniel. And she's like, "These things don't end well. Trust me. You have to be the bigger man." Then we cut to Tori and Miguel at a playground. They watch an airplane go by. Tori gets upset with Miguel for bringing up Sam. So then he's like, I'm trying to go all in, but I'm still trying to figure out what that means. And she's like, it means exactly what it says, like make a move. So then they kiss, which I felt like that was pretty rushed. Should have developed that a little bit more. Then you have like Sam and Robbie sitting together in front of the fireplace, and Sam's like, I call them Samors. I'm kind of a genius. And I'm like, oh, that was cringe. And then they almost kiss, but Robbie stops it and basically explains that I finally have a good thing going and I can't screw that up. So Sam understands, and then, things between them just get awkward. Then obviously I forgot to mention Daniel has a conversation with Dimitri and walks him through the movements. And Moon dumps Hawk, and then Hawk takes it out on a punching bag. Kreese walks in. He's like, the fight is only over when you say it's over. Getting into Hawk's head a bit more. So then Hawk takes a couple other Cobra Kai students with them, and they go vandalize Miyagi-Do. And they steal the Medal of Honor and vandalize. They spray paint Cobra Kai Never Dies on Daniel's car that Miyagi gave to him on his birthday. So then Daniel drives over to the Cobra Kai dojo, confronts Johnny in front of his students, and Johnny's like, I'm confused. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So then Daniel starts insulting him, and then Kreese starts enjoying it because it looks like they're about to fight. But Johnny decides to be the bigger man and says, like, I'm just going to be the bigger man. He's like, Daniel's like, yeah, we'll see about that, and then walks out, and then half of the dojo leaves to go join Miyagi-Do. That's basically how the episode ends. But yeah, really good episode. Definitely one of my favorites. Still no guess yet. We're an hour into this. And we still got like 4 seasons to go. But next we got season 2, episode 6, Take a Right. So basically this episode opens up with a flashback of Mr. Miyagi building Miyagi-Do, and then flashback to present day where like it's a complete mess. So then Daniel starts cleaning up, and then Johnny's punishing his students, and he's completely unaware that Kreese is the one that had Hawk vandalize Miyagi-Do. So Johnny gets a phone call. Tommy's not doing well, so he leaves Kreese in charge as he goes to visit Tommy. Chris and the other ex-Cobras go to join Miyagi-Do because they want to learn karate the right way. And Robbie's against this, but Daniel's like, no, stand down. Let's, help them out. And then Kreese is putting Cobra Kai through the ringer. And we see Johnny at the hospital with Bobby. Jimmy shows up eventually. Johnny starts talking with Tommy. So they come up with a plan to get Tommy out of there and, take him out for a night of fun. It cuts back to Cobra Kai. Kreese putting them through the ringer. And then, like, Tori and Mitch almost get into a scuffle. And then Kreese is like, you really want to know who did it? It was Hawk. Then he's like, it was also Diaz, Nichols, Red. When one of you makes a move, all of you make a move. You are all Cobra Kai. And he gives like a whole speech. And, this is where he starts corrupting the students except for Miguel, and starts like taking back the reins of Cobra Kai and trying to like bring back the old school Cobra Kai philosophy. And then we cut back to Miyagi-Do training, where they're just trying to like rebuild the Miyagi-Do dojo. And Sam and Robbie have a conversation where Robbie tells Sam, you can't change the way you feel. So Dimitri and Chris get into an argument. Daniel has to defuse the situation and tries to get them to work together. So then you have Johnny, Tommy, Bobby, and Jimmy all go to a bar on motorcycles. They start drinking and reminisce the old days. And then Johnny says, like, yeah, I actually run a karate dojo now. They're like, oh, yeah, what's it called? He's like, Cobra Kai. And he's like, you brought back Cobra Kai? And, it cuts to Tori and Mitch sparring. And then Kreese tells Tori to hit him again. And he's like, you got a problem with that? You show your enemy no mercy. Then Miguel intervenes and says, this isn't what Sensei Lawrence is teaching us. And he's like, Tori already scored a point. The match is over. And Kreese is like, you're right. When you score a point, the match is over. But in the real world, there are no points. You're either a winner or loser. There's no losers in this dojo. So Kreese starts to corrupt the other students, but Miguel's not falling for it. Then back to Miyagi-Do. Chris and Dimitri get into an argument. Chris shoves Dimitri down. And Daniel's like, whoa, what are you doing? And Robbie's like, once a Cobra Kai, always a Cobra Kai. And he's like, that's not true. I know that's not true because I used to be a Cobra Kai. So everyone's shocked by this. And then it cuts back to the bar where Bobby's like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And, they start, trying to warn Johnny. So then Johnny goes to play pool with Tommy. But they run into this asshole harassing this girl. And then they get into a huge bar fight. It's a really good fight, really entertaining. And, they put them all on their asses. And then Daniel tells the story of how he was in Cobra Kai and Karate Kid 3. So that was done pretty good. And then fast forward to another day. Miguel apologizes to Kreese for challenging his lesson. Well, actually, no, I skipped the whole Miguel and Tori scene where they start talking. Then Tori tells Miguel about a story about how her mom took home leftovers so that her and her brother could eat, and then she ended up getting fired. And Tori's like, the world shows no mercy, so neither do we. So Miguel kind of understands her perspective. Johnny and Tommy have a heartfelt conversation at nighttime in the middle of the woods. And then I forgot what else. Chris and Dimitri work together, lift up the giant rock thing, and then try to get a handshake going. Then fast forward a day, Miguel apologizes to Kreese for challenging his lesson. And the Kreese is like, oh, don't worry about it. I respect you defending Sensei Lawrence's honor. But I think Sensei Lawrence is a bit mixed up, but we can get him back on track, can't we? Then a whole dramatic theme plays. Unfortunately, Tommy passes away, which the actor is going to pass away in real life, which is very, very sad. So RIP to him. And Kreese gives a speech. And then, of course, Tommy dies. And then that's how the episode ends. But I thought it was a really good episode. Probably like maybe just a good episode. It was a very emotional episode. But next we got season 2, episode 7. This one's called Lull. This episode starts off with Amanda waking up alone. And then Daniel discovers that Kreese is at Miyagi-Do. Kreese pretty much threatens Daniel, and he's like, you better get your students ready for war because ours will be. And then I forgot what happens after that, but you have Johnny returning to the Cobra Kai dojo after attending Tommy's funeral. Um, and then Johnny sees that Kreese, arranged some things around in his office. So then Johnny learns that Kreese plans to take them to Coyote Creek. Johnny doesn't agree at first, but the students try to get Johnny to agree. Kreese is like, it's Sensei Lawrence's decision. If he says it's okay, then and only then is it okay. So then Johnny's like, all right, all right, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Then you have Daniel training Miyagi-Do in the heat. You have Amanda running things on her own at the dealership. Then you have the whole Coyote Creek tournament. And then Daniel takes, after the students keep complaining about the heat, Daniel takes the students to a freezer, which has, what's his name? I can't remember his name. He's from the first movie. But he trains them in the cold instead. You have the old Coyote Creek tournament. You have Miguel and Tori fighting together. You have Hawk sneaking up on people and taking them out. So, and then Johnny starts seeing what Kreese's training, how Kreese's training has affected the students. So you got Miguel versus Hawk, which was a really good fight scene. Miguel wins. And Johnny doesn't like the way Miguel fought. Stingray sneaks up on Miguel and takes him out and wins it for Kreese's team. Johnny confronts Miguel about how he fought, and he's like, there are no points in the real world. And Johnny's like, is that really how you want to live your life? So then after the Miyagi-Do training, Daniel goes to the dealership, and Amanda gets upset at him because Anush leaves. And Amanda, gets mad at Daniel. They get into a little argument, and then she just walks away. And then you have Johnny confronting Kreese about what he's been teaching the students. And then he's like, I've been teaching them the same lessons that I taught you, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. And he's like, yeah, that's the problem. Like, we're supposed to stop that. Like, this Cobra Kai is supposed to be different. And Kreese is like, oh, you want to make it soft? And he's like, no, we don't have to be merciless and show no honor. And, Kreese gets into like a whole speech about his time in the war, and they get into an argument. And then Johnny makes a decision to kick Kreese out for good. So Kreese ends up leaving. That's how the episode ends. But I thought it was a really good episode. I'll probably put it here. Yeah, still no guests. Then we got episode 8, The Glory of Love. This episode was probably one of my least favorite episodes. If you don't like love drama, you're not going to like this episode. This episode was filled, and I mean filled with love drama. Now, obviously, I don't mind the Daniel and Amanda stuff because, that's a real thing. Married couples go through arguments every now and then. It's a part of life. But, which I forgot, in episode 7, you had the whole, I like the heat, cringy line. And then, obviously, Miguel returns the Medal of Honor. And, Robbie keeps it hidden from Sam because he doesn't want Sam to get back with Miguel so quickly because he had just kissed Sam. So I forgot to mention that. But basically, in this episode, where They have the Miyagi-Do training. Sam and Robbie are kissing off to the side, and she's like, we should tell our parents, she's like, we should tell my parents, but now is not a good time because they're in an argument. And he's like, all right, we'll wait for the right time. And then Dimitri finds the Medal of Honor at the Miyagi-Do. She's like, we've been looking all over for this. And Robbie's like, must have been here the whole time. So then you have Miguel talking to Johnny, which you have Miguel and Tori setting up a date at the roller rink. And then you have Hawk walking in, and then Miguel makes amends with Hawk. So they're cool. And then Johnny reveals that he kicked Kreese out. He says he didn't have your best interests at heart. So then he has the class do headbutting. So then he talks to Miguel about the whole situation. And another thing I forgot to mention is that at the beginning of this episode, Johnny has a dream about Carmen. And then he sees that Carmen's with another guy. So then Miguel tells him how that happened. And then Johnny's like, great, I'm happy for her. He's like, all right, what's the deal with this whole dating app thing? So then Miguel helps him with that. And he borrows his old Cobra Kai jacket. And then Lucille is trying to help Daniel. Daniel's trying to make amends with Amanda, but Amanda's not ready yet. And then you have you have Sam and Robbie almost getting caught kissing by Lucille. So Robbie's like, unless you want to keep avoiding your family, we should probably go out on a date one of these nights. So then you see Johnny on multiple dates with a bunch of different girls and not really working out. And then you have the whole roller ring stuff where Sam and Robbie are there. They bump into Tori. And then, things get awkward between Sam and Tori. Then Miguel shows up and says hi to Tori. Then he sees Sam and Robbie. And he's like, oh, how you guys doing? And all that. Nice costumes. Then he's like, this is Tori. And Sam's like, how do you know her? And she's like, oh, she's in Cobra Kai. And she's like, of course. And Tori's like, what was that? So then Tori kisses Miguel in front of Sam to make her jealous. And just, turns this whole situation to awkward. Then Johnny meets this other girl at a bar. They start talking. Then Johnny overhears Carmen's boyfriend talking crap and stuff, and Johnny gets upset by it. So Johnny gets upset by it. Then back to the golfing stuff, or not golfing stuff, the roller rink stuff. Sam and Robbie go skating. Sam's skate broke. So she goes to get new ones. Then Miguel happens to be there. And Miguel tries to clear the air, but Sam gets mad at him and stuff. And then Tori sees it and she gets jealous, and the whole thing gets awkward between Miguel and Sam. And then we see Lucille talking to Daniel, and she's like, don't worry, Amanda will come around. Just give it time. And then later on, Tori knocks Sam down. And then, Sam gets back up and knocks Tori right down. And then it makes Sam look bad. Miguel sees it wrong and says, and then, Miguel sees it wrong and gets mad at Sam. And then Sam and Robbie get kicked out of the roller rink. And then Daniel apologizes to Amanda. They finally make amends. And then obviously earlier, Johnny put Carmen's boyfriend on his ass and basically threatens him to stay away from her. Um, so then Johnny asked Carmen out on a date. So that was pretty cool. So mid episode for me because of the love drama, it was just completely unnecessary. Um, so yeah, but I thought it was an all right episode. Okay, now to episode 9. I forgot what this one was called. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to respond to somebody on Instagram. It's my longest stream in a while. Holy crap. Pulpo. This episode's called Pulpo. Alright, so this is where like the whole this episode opens up with the song That's My Girl or whatever it's called. Um, thought it was a pretty good episode. It opens up with the whole Sam and Tori training montage and trying to amp up that rivalry. And then like Sam and Robbie decide to tell Daniel and Amanda that they're a couple, but then Robbie's mom's there, and she's crying about a whole situation. She has to go to rehab. Um, and Shannon actually vouches for Johnny and admits, like, yeah, this whole thing is my fault. This whole thing is my fault. Your father cares about you. You guys should make amends and all that. And then Johnny and Carmen have a date. Moon invites Sam and Robbie and Miyagi-Do to her party, but she also invites Cobra Kai to her party because for some reason she thought that would be a good idea. So then you get this whole like tension between Miguel and Robbie, Sam and Tori, and obviously Hawk and Dimitri, and Stingray's there, and then Sam gets upset at Moon for inviting Cobra Kai as well. She's like, oh, I thought it'd be a good opportunity for everyone to get along and be friends again. And Sam's like wishful thinking, which she's right. And then Daniel and Amanda show up at the Mexican restaurant where Johnny and Carmen are on a date, and Johnny's like, oh, come on. And Daniel's like, you got to be kidding me. So that whole situation is awkward. Then you have the party at Moon's house. Sam and Tori get into a stupid drinking contest. They kind of go back and forth. Sam kind of embarrasses Tori, which Tori brought it on herself. Tori gets upset and storms off. And then I'll see Hawk and Dimitri start talking for a bit. They get into a disagreement. So then Hawk dumps beer on Dimitri. And things start getting better for Daniel and Johnny. They argue and bicker a little bit. Then Johnny reveals to Daniel that he had no idea that Kreese showed up to his dojo and threatened him. He said, I kicked him out. Kreese is gone. He's not coming back. So then Daniel starts to see that Johnny's actually trying to make a change for the better. So then they all start talking and bonding. And then they start dancing. Then at the party, Sam starts getting drunk. Robbie tries to be a good boyfriend. And he's like, whoa, no more drinking. And he's trying to help her out. Then Aisha, Sam gets kind of snaps at Aisha. And then Aisha reveals to Sam that Miguel returned the Medal of Honor to Robbie. So Sam's, while drunk, is trying to think about this. Miguel approaches her, and Sam thanks him for returning the Medal of Honor and how important it is to her and her family. She falls into his arms, and they end up kissing. Tori sees it. She gets angry. And then things get awkward between Sam and Miguel. Miguel immediately regrets it and walks away. And Dimitri starts roasting Hawk. And then Hawk goes to fight Dimitri, but Robbie stops him. And then we have this whole square off. Then the cops show up, and then they all have to run out of there. And then Johnny and Daniel agree that they don't have to be enemies, but they don't have to be friends either. So then Johnny goes back to his apartment. Then he gets a knock on his door, and he thinks it's Carmen, but it's actually Robbie with Sam drunk. And that's basically how the episode ends. But yeah, now we're on to the season 2 finale, No Mercy. This is a very good episode. One of the best episodes in the show, where it starts out with Daniel and Amanda. They discover Sam's missing. They have to track her phone. Turns out she's at Johnny's apartment. Daniel shows up there. Him and Johnny get into a fight. Sam and Robbie have to stop it. Daniel lashes out at Robbie and takes Sam with him and leaves. Then it's the first day of school. Sam feels guilty for getting drunk and cheating on Robbie and all that. So she tries to tell him, but then the bell rings and So then they all go to class. Then Tori breaks into the office and gets on the intercom and like threatens Sam. And then Tori confronts Sam about her kissing Miguel at the party. So then Tori attacks Sam. They get into a fight. Robbie tries to stop it, but Miguel intervenes, takes it the wrong way, tackles Robbie to the ground. Then the whole school brawl breaks out, and it's definitely one of the best brawls across the show. And like the stakes it's set up. You have Nate, or I think you had Bert. No, I think it was Nate. I think Nate beat Bert. Then you had Hawk versus Dimitri. You had Dimitri kick Hawk into the trophy case. And then obviously you had Sam versus Tori and Miguel versus Robbie. And then Robbie's kind of cringe. Miguel and Robbie kind of cringe. Miguel's like that move. I learned it from your dad. It's like, she doesn't love you, she loves me. And Robbie's like, "Rrr!" Like, it's a bit cringe. But then Sam kind of struggles against Tori, but then she locks in and comes back, and then Tori pulls out her spiked bracelet and tries to attack Sam with it. And Tori's like, no mercy. But then Sam blocks it, kicks over the stairs. Then we go back to Miguel and Robbie's fight. Miguel puts Robbie in a position where he can break his arm. But then Miguel learns the lesson that Johnny taught him. And, he shows Robbie mercy and he says, I'm sorry. But Robbie loses control of his anger and kicks Miguel over the balcony. And Miguel lands on the staircase railing and he's unconscious. And Sam's like, Robbie, what'd you do? Robbie feels guilty, immediately regrets what he just did, and runs away. Then Daniel and Amanda get a call from the school, and then obviously Johnny hears Carmen crying. So then Johnny shows up to the hospital. Miguel's in a coma, and then Carmen lashes out at Johnny and basically says, like, I never want to see you again. And Johnny doesn't blame her. So then he leaves the hospital, and then we see Sam breaking it down in tears, and then like Amanda and Daniel talking about the whole situation. And where like Amanda shuts down karate and she's like, no more karate, Daniel. End of story. Like, it's over. So then there's a scene where Daniel and Johnny go into the same elevator, and like obviously like Daniel's pissed at Johnny, but Johnny doesn't say anything. Daniel looks over, Johnny's breaking down in tears. So then the elevator opens and then they both walk out of it in separate directions. Johnny goes to the Cobra Kai dojo and he sees Kreese there. He is taken back the dojo, and Johnny gets mad and Hawk lashes out at Johnny, and then Kreese is like, this is my dojo, and reveals that he talked to Zarkarian and he has the dojo back. So then Johnny's like, you know what, this is a mistake. You want Cobra Kai, it's yours. And then Banish walks out and you have Cruel Summer playing. Johnny gets upset. Obviously you see Daniel shutting down Miyagi-Do and saying like, I'm sorry to the Mr. Miyagi picture. So then you get the iconic scene of Johnny smashing his beer against the car. His phone goes off. He tosses it on the beach, and then he tosses his keys into the Challenger. And the last scene we get is Allie Mills sending a friend request to Johnny, and that's how the season ends. So, yeah, one of the best finales that I've ever seen for any TV show. Almost 2 hours. Wow. And we're not even, and we just got to season 3. But You got season 3, episode 1, Aftermath. This was a really, really, really good episode. Like for a season opener, this was really good. Like you have the whole Miguel fighting in a Cobra Kai gi in his coma, and then like you have the whole aftermath of the school fight. You have Johnny getting drunk and fighting these guys, getting into trouble. You had Daniel and Amanda show up to the school. Amanda's obviously furious about Sam being suspended along with everyone else. Tori and Robbie are expelled, which is as expected. Robbie's on the run. So Johnny's not doing well. He visits Miguel in the hospital and talks to him while he's in a coma. Then like everyone's allowed at school except for Tori and Robbie, of course. Sam starts having, minor panic attacks. So she ends up leaving. It was too much for her. So then Daniel shows up at Miyagi-Do and finds that Sam's there. And then, they have a heartfelt talk. So then Daniel, tries to find Robbie. So then he goes, so then he actually tries to find Johnny. And he shows up to Cobra Kai and realizes that Kreese is back, and then Kreese threatens him. And then Sam eventually returns to school, and she stands up to the girls laughing at her. So then we see Daniel find Johnny at his apartment, and Daniel convinces Johnny to help him find Robbie. And then this episode ends with Miguel waking up from his coma. So yeah, one of my favorite episodes in the show. So very, very good. Then we have season 3, episode 2, Nature versus Nurture. Really good episode. This one is basically like opens up with a flashback of young Kreese, like him giving a speech to Cobra Kai. And then we see Johnny and Daniel trying to find Robbie, which I thought was done really well. Miguel's awake from his coma. Then you have then we see Tori in this episode and the aftermath, the consequences of her actions. Kreese kicks out half the students. Hawk confronts him about it. He basically says this addition by subtraction. We're going to need a new champion. So then we see what Tori's dealing with her home life, with her mom sick, and her having to take care of her brother. Then she gets harassed by her landlord. Kreese eventually goes there and talks to her, and he relates to her. So it was a really good scene. And Kreese, puts 2 and 2 together of what she's dealing with. So we see some flashbacks of younger Kreese, which the flashbacks were done very, very well. That's what I really love about season 3. And then Johnny and Daniel stop at a gas station. They see the van that Robbie had stolen. So they go after him. Then they get into this fight with a bunch of chop shop guys. It was one of the best fights in the show, where Daniel and Johnny fight together, and they beat their asses. Then Johnny loses control because he just wants to find his son, and then they start yelling at each other. Then they split up once again. So then Daniel gets a call from Shannon of where Robbie is. So then Daniel drives down there, and he goes to, and then Johnny goes to the hospital to see Miguel. And then Kreese confronts the landlord and almost cuts his finger off with a cigar cutter. And he's like, we're going to have a little arrangement. So we see Johnny visit Miguel. Miguel lashes out at Johnny. And And then we see Daniel try to help Robbie, but the whole thing gets blown out of proportion. So Robbie tries to run. He ends up going to juvie, and he gets mad at Daniel for it. And then the episode ends with Tori returning to Cobra Kai for the first time, and and then Kreese giving his speech, and then the episode ends there with Kreese teaching his dojo, and then another flashback. So, yeah, very good episode. Next, we have season 3, episode 3. Now You're Gonna Pay. This is a pretty solid episode. Basically, obviously Tori's not in this one. She doesn't show up until episode 5. But you have Johnny trying to make things right with Robbie. Robbie's in juvie, doesn't want to talk to Daniel. We see Sean. Sam's back in this episode after missing episode 2. Then we get a little bit of Kreese stuff in this one, I think. Or maybe Kreese wasn't in this one at all. I don't remember. But this episode opens up with Bobby at church, and then Johnny goes in there drunk and acting like a lunatic. So then Bobby knocks him out. And then, the main focus is Daniel and Amanda's dealership in danger of going out of or just getting shut down because of lack of customers, bad publicity because of the school fight. Tom Cole put in a word with the board. So dealerships were going to be pulling out of LaRusso Auto. So then Sam visits Miguel at the hospital. It's a nice emotional scene. Sam gives him a card with an octopus on it. And then Hawk shows up and gets mad at Sam. So then Sam walks off, and then Sam decides to do a fundraiser to help raise money for Miguel's surgery, which that was a really good thing of Sam to do. Sorry about that. My dad just got home. But anyway, we're on season 3, episode 3. Now you're gonna pay. But basically, Daniel has to figure out how to fix the LaRusso auto problem. Miguel talks to Bobby about the whole Miguel and Robbie situation, and basically tells him that he has to be there for both of them. So Bobby sets up a meeting for Johnny so he can visit Robbie, and then Johnny goes out and tries to make money to help Miguel's surgery, and then Hawk and the rest of the Cobra Kai start causing problems with Miyagi-Do. They don't like that. Miyagi-Do looks like the good guys trying to raise money for Miguel's surgery. And then Robbie gets into a fight with Sean and Juvie, which is Johnny started off good. Robbie started off good, but, gets ambushed by everyone else, and Sean, beats the crap out of him. And then that's that. Johnny visits Sid, gets into a pissing match with him, and then leaves and ends up stealing something from Sid. And then Robbie learns that Johnny's planning to visit him. He gets some hope. And Daniel, Amanda tries to convince Daniel that they should sell LaRusso Auto. But Daniel stands his ground and says, no, we're not giving up. And then, of course, Hawk and the Cobra Kai's beat up Nate and take the money that was for Miguel's surgery so they can make it look like they raised that money, and so that it make it look like they're helping Miguel because they don't want Miyagi-Do getting any credit. So then Miyagi-Do goes to Sam and addresses the situation, and she sees Nate all beaten up. And then Johnny delivers the money to pay for Miguel's surgery. He sees Carmen for the first time in a while. Then he goes to try to visit Robbie, but Yaya begs him to stay to pray with them. And then, unfortunately, Johnny misses his visit with Robbie, and Robbie's disappointed again, and he gets upset and storms off, and I don't blame him. And then Sam decides to take over Miyagi-Do and train them while her dad's gone, and then the episode ends with Daniel going to Japan to try and save LaRusso Auto. So that's how the episode ends. Pretty good episode. Then episode 4, we have, it's called The Right Path. This is a pretty good episode. You have Daniel trying to save LaRusso Auto from the dealerships pulling out. You then have, Sam trying to train Miyagi-Do, but Amanda shuts it down, and Amanda and Sam get into an argument. And then I believe you had Miguel still in the hospital, all depressed and everything. And then Johnny has to make things right with Robbie. And then Daniel revisits Mr. Miyagi's hometown, but he sees that's completely different from the last time he was there. He sees Kumiko for the first time in years. Johnny shows up to the soup place where Robbie was, working at as community service. So then they get into a talk, and Johnny stays there. And then you have the whole Miyagi-Do and Cobra Kai drama. where at the cafeteria, Hawk gets jealous of Dimitri, so he ruins Dimitri's Lego thing. Sam intervenes and defends Dimitri. So then Hawk insults Sam, and then she shoves him. Then Counselor Black gets the wrong idea and reprimands both of them. Then at the soccer thing, Sam decides to retaliate, so they start attacking him in the soccer match. Get this really funny scene where Sam kicks Rickenberger in the face. So then the game gets shut down. They all get sent to the office. Then you have Daniel talking with Kumiko. Obviously, I forgot to mention earlier, Kreese has a, training thing with Hawk and the rest of the Cobras. And he's like, do whatever it takes to win or whatever. And then Johnny and Robbie get into an argument, or Johnny lashes out at Robbie, saying, at least I didn't put him in the hospital. Then Robbie gets upset at Johnny and then spills the whole pot of soup. So then Johnny has to leave. And Sean starts laughing. Then Sam and Dimitri and Miyagi-Do get Saturday detentions while trying to think here. While Sam and while Hawk and Cobra Kai get off scot-free, and then Sam curses at Counselor Blatt, and then Sam's like, this school sucks, and then bangs the locker and storms off. Then we get this beautiful scene of Kumiko reading Mr. Miyagi's letters to Daniel, and it was Mr. Miyagi's spirit right there. So that was a really beautiful and heartfelt scene. And then later on, we see Johnny drinking at a bar. Kreese shows up and tries to convince Johnny to come back to Cobra Kai, but Johnny, of course, refuses, and then, Kreese walks out, and then Johnny goes back to Miguel and tries to motivate him to start walking again. Gives this awesome speech, and then Miguel tries to reach for his phone, but then falls over. And then near the end of this episode, Kreese visits Robbie and Juvie, and then we get Kumiko and Daniel drinking at a bar, and then we hear Chosen's voice. We see Chosen for the first time, and the episode ends there. So yeah, really solid episode. Then we have episode 5, Miyagi-Do. This is one of the best episodes in the show, where it starts off with a flashback from Karate Kid 2. Then it cuts to present day of Chosen and Daniel. Daniel's terrified, but Chosen then walks up to Daniel and then bows to him. And then obviously Johnny shows up and sees a physical therapist working with Miguel, and Johnny kind of insults him, and then Carmen gets upset and they have a talk, and then Kreese starts talking to Robbie, and Robbie clearly doesn't give a shit, and Kreese is like, we both know you don't belong here. From what I heard, you tried to stop that fight, and Diaz attacked you for no reason. And he's like, look, that Miyagi-Do stuff may score you points in a tournament, but in the real world, you might want to try striking first. So Kreese gives Robbie some really good advice. And then you have Sam training the Miyagi-Do students. Amanda walks in on it, and she's like, what's going on here? So then she kicks out everybody, And she's like, I thought we made it clear that no more karate. And Sam's like, since when do you get to decide that for me? And then they get into an argument, and then Sam snaps at Amanda and storms off. And then you get this whole awkward scene of Daniel, Chosen, and Kumiko all talking, and then Daniel has to spend the day with Chosen while Kumiko goes off and does other stuff. Then you have like more scenes of Robbie and Juvie, and then Hawk and Cobra Kai start harassing Chris at work. And then so they go off, and so then Chris messages Sam that like Cobra Kai is harassing them at work, so she steps up as a good friend and goes to help him with the rest of Miyagi-Do. Then you have Johnny trying to help Miguel walk again, which is really cool. Then you see Chosen giving Daniel kind of a tour through Okinawa. Then Daniel discovers these hidden scrolls, and then Chosen and Daniel get into an argument, and then Chosen kind of challenges him. And Chosen spars with Daniel, and Chosen gives Daniel a scare, but then he just honks his nose, and he kind of just laughs. And Chosen teaches Daniel the pressure point technique. Then you have Carmen crying about Miguel not being able to walk again, so Johnny's like, maybe I can take him out for a little bit. So then Sam decides to strike first, and Miyagi-Do attacks Hawk and the rest of Cobra Kai. And then meanwhile, you have Robbie striking first against Sean. So Robbie starts holding his own against Sean at Juvie. And then it looks like Miyagi-Do is winning the fight. And then Tori shows up out of nowhere and shouts Sam's name and triggers Sam's PTSD. So Miyagi-Do starts losing, and Hawk gets a hold of Dimitri. And then obviously Sean and Robbie's fight gets shut down, and Robbie's smiling with blood coming down his face. And then Robbie has Dimitri pinned down, similar to how Miguel had Robbie pinned down in season 2, where like Tori and the rest of Cobras are like egging him on to break Dimitri's arm, and Dimitri's like begging him not to do it. He's like, I'll leave. I'm sorry, and all that. So Hawk makes the decision to snap Dimitri's arm. Dimitri cries in pain. Sam starts breaking down into tears, and then Hawk feels regret and remorse for it. But Hawk walks off with the rest of the Cobras. And you see Daniel and Chosen walking out together, and Chosen gives Daniel one of the scrolls and says, you keep for your collection. Johnny takes Miguel to a Metallica concert, I think, or what was it? I don't remember. I can't remember the singer's name, but he takes him to a concert, and Miguel is able to move his foot. So then we see Amanda storm to the hospital and yell at Sam, and Sam just breaks down crying, and Amanda feels bad for yelling at her, so she hugs Sam. And then we see Robbie and Sean end up being cool, so that was good to see. And then what else happens then? Miguel starts tapping his foot, and then Carmen gets excited, and then Johnny sees a message from Allie. And earlier you see Amanda slap Kreese across the face, which was freaking hilarious. Yeah, this is a great episode. Episode 6, we have another great episode here. King Cobra. This episode was so freaking good. Like, it opens up with another Kreese flashback, but then we see Kreese recruit Kyler and these other new students, Brooks, and you have Johnny messaging Allie back, and then, or trying to anyway. And then you have Daniel returning from Okinawa. And then Amanda kind of fills in what happened with Sam. Um, and obviously, Kreese. Um, then it cuts to Cobra Kai, where we see Tori and Hawk, and then Kyler and Brooks come in. And obviously, Hawk doesn't like that because he hates Kyler for obvious reasons. So then, Miguel tries to help Johnny get back with Allie. They take all these ridiculous photos, and you see the like sparring thing where Kyler beats Brooks and takes his spot, and then Brooks gets kicked out. Then we see this Kreese flashback. Then we see Daniel and Amanda talking about the whole situation. So then um, they decide to go to the police station about it. Um, so then the officer looks at Amanda weirdly and he says, there's already a protection order put out. She's like, oh, well, good. He's like, no, it's against you, man. It's against you, ma'am. He's like, what? It's like, Mr. Kreese came in here and filed a complaint, said, like, you assaulted him and struck him. And she's like, it was a reasonably measured response to a man inciting violence. She's like, I want to file a protection order against him. He's like, okay, well, it's not going to matter because, because he has one on you. So either way, neither of you can be near each other. So, yeah. So then they kind of just storm out of there. And Amanda comes up with another plan. Then we see Tori beat this random girl, so she doesn't make the cut. So then we see this. So then we see Brooks get in there, and then Hawk's like, he's mine. And then Hawk just goes ballistic on Brooks and just beats the crap out of him. And even Tori's like, whoa, what did you do to piss him off? So then later on, Tori sees Miguel for the first time at the sushi place she works at. So they get to talking, and then they get into an argument, and then they just break up there. And then Daniel and Amanda convince Armand to evict Kreese. So then later on, we see Kreese look at an old photo, which triggers memories of the ponytail guy dying. And we see that Silver was like the skinny guy that was scared. And then Armand walks in and tries to evict Kreese. So Kreese is like, I'm not going anywhere. So then he calls in his two nephews and he's like, you're leaving today, whether you like it or not. And he's like, I just cleaned the blood off that mat. Oh, well. And then, Miguel's dealing with stuff, and Johnny's like, come on, man, you still sulking about your breakup? You got into a fight with your ex, big whoop. And obviously Miguel gets upset about that, so he starts yelling at Johnny and just letting out all of his emotions. And then, all of a sudden Miguel's standing again, which was beautiful to see. So then the episode ends with Johnny typing a message to Allie, and then Daniel and Amanda think they've won, but it ends up, then they find out they just made things worse. Kreese plants a Cobra into their dealership. He basically like threatens them over the phone, saying like, "You better prepare your students for battle because now it's open season on them and you." That's how the episode ends. So really good episode, really good ending. I think it's a great episode. Then we had episode 7, Obstaculus. This was another really good episode where basically it opens up with Sam having a nightmare about Tori. So you have Sam struggling with the whole, Tori thing. Then you have Johnny helping Miguel walk like at 100%. And you have Miguel returning to school. Sam doesn't want to go back to karate. So Amanda suggests that Sam take the day off from school and Daniel spend time with her. So then Miguel is welcomed back at West Valley with open arms. Hawk's excited to see him again. Johnny and Miguel decide to start their own dojo. Johnny tries to find a new location. Miguel catches up with Dimitri. Dimitri basically tells him that, like, yeah, Hawk broke my arm. Then we see Daniel take Amanda out fishing. I don't think we see Kreese until the end of this episode. But later on, Kyler continues to bully Dimitri. And then Miguel confronts Hawk about breaking Dimitri's arm. And Miguel gets pissed off at him. So then Johnny finds a park to train at. Then he goes to see Miguel at the high school. And Miguel basically tells him, like, I'm not able to get any new recruits. So then Johnny goes to talk to Hawk and the rest of the Cobra Kais and pitch his dojo. So then Hawk snaps back at him. And then Johnny goes right up to Hawk and gives him a inspirational, like a really good speech. Like before you walked into my dojo, you were softer than a baby's ass, and basically puts it through Hawk's head that I'm the one who made you what you are, not Kreese. Like, he doesn't give a shit about you. So that was a really good moment. Then we see Daniel talking with Sam and trying to help her the best he can. And then Sam, expresses her fear to Daniel, and Daniel relates to her. He takes her to the All Valley Sports Arena, and he basically talks to her, and he talks about the time where he was dealing with fear because of his fight with Mike Barnes. And he says, like, I'm going to help you through it just like Mr. Miyagi helped me. And then later on, Sam starts training in the dojo again. Then Daniel and Sam start training together. And then we see Johnny open up Eagle Fang at the park. And then Hawk shows up with a couple of other Cobra Kai students, and they think that he's come to his senses, ready to join. However, he is followed by Tori and Kyler, and apparently Hawk sold them out to Kreese. So then Kreese shows up there wearing a jacket and shades, and he tries to get Johnny to come back to Cobra Kai. And then Johnny pretty much snaps back at him, and Kreese says, I didn't make the mistake of teaching my students to show mercy and end up in a coma. So Miguel gets mad and gets ready to throw down with Kreese, but then Hawk steps in to defend him. Both Johnny and Kreese have to restrain their students, and then you have this epic theme playing, and then Kreese is like, okay, Johnny, this is your choice, and you are going to regret it. And he puts the shades on and walks away with the rest of the dojo. But yeah, it was a very good ending, very good episode. I really enjoyed it. Then episode 8, we have The Good, the Bad, and the Badass, which love that title, by the way. But it basically opens up with Sam and Miguel, or no, opens up with like 3 dojos going through training montages. You have Daniel and Miyagi-Do, you have Johnny and Eagle Fang, and then you have Kreese and Cobra Kai. So like, it kind of cuts back and forth of the senseis giving their dojos a speech. And then we cut to both Daniel and Johnny going to pick up Robbie from juvie. So then they get into another argument. Robbie sees it. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" Or no, he was like, "Seriously?" And then they both, try to help him. And Robbie wants nothing to do with either of them. He's like, "Both stay out of my life," or whatever. And then he just storms off. And it was just a pretty sad scene. And then Sam sees Miguel at school for the first time in a while. So then they make up and they make amends, and Sam's like, "You can go back with your friends." And Miguel's like, "Nah, they're not really my friends anymore. Not after the way they treated you guys." So Sam sees that Miguel's changed, and, they agree to start over, and they see Yasmin kissing Dimitri, which I forgot to mention from the other episode. But basically, this episode's focus is the All Valley being in danger of getting canceled because of the whole school fight. And then one of the board members goes to Daniel and lets him know about it. And then obviously Mitch talks about it, reveals it at Eagle Fang's training, where Miguel was struggling to perform a kick, and Johnny's like, "What?" So you have that whole debacle, and basically, I think it was Ron who was telling Daniel that it's the tournament's in danger of being canceled, and that anybody can save it. It's the 2-time champ. So then he walks off, and Daniel's like, "Oh, maybe this is a blessing in disguise." But Sam overhears it, and she convinces Daniel, like, "Hey, this is going to be a bad look on us, because if this tournament gets canceled, we're going to look like the bad guys. We can't let that happen." So then it cuts to Miguel and Johnny talking, and Miguel thinks that they should try to save the tournament as well. But Johnny says, like, "Nah, maybe this is a good thing. It's not like you're going to compete anyway." And Miguel's like, "What do you mean I wasn't? Of course I was." So then Johnny's like, "You couldn't even perform one kick. What do you think is going to happen in a real fight?" So then Miguel lashes out at Johnny. Then Johnny feels bad, and he sees Carmen. So then we see Johnny go to like the probation officer office or whatever it's called. So he goes there. Tori happens to be there. So Robbie gets mad at Tori, and then Tori's like, "Go ahead. They'll just throw you right back to juvie." So they have a whole conversation where they argue at first, but Robbie just stays silent and listens to what Tori has to say. And, that's basically that. So then Tori walks off, and then Robbie thinks about what she said. And then you have Carmen and Johnny talking, and then Carmen convinces Johnny that he should try to save the tournament. So then you have the whole meeting to save the tournament. Daniel shows up there with Sam and Amanda. Johnny shows up there, and then Kreese also happens to be there. He's there to save the tournament. So it breaks out into this whole argument, and then the lady or the counselor or whatever she is, she gets annoyed, so she shuts it down and says, "That's enough." She's like, "You gentlemen have proved why this tournament should not continue." Then obviously earlier, Amanda gets mad at Kreese, and saying like, and like starts yelling at Kreese, and then Kreese makes Amanda look bad, so Amanda has to leave. Then Miguel shows up later, and he gives an inspirational speech on why the tournament should continue. And then Sam helps him out and supports him, and they work together to save the tournament. So it was a beautiful scene to see. And you have this tense scene with Daniel, Johnny, and Kreese, where Kreese is like, "Be careful what you wish for," and then walks off. And then obviously later, Miguel and Sam start, doing this like friendly little sparring thing. Then Sam almost kisses Miguel, and what do you know? Robbie is there. And, I don't blame Robbie for being upset at Sam at all, because Sam almost cheats on him again and kind of just forgets about him, because she was messaging him while he was in juvie, but then she just stopped because Robbie wasn't responding. So then Robbie gets mad at Sam, and then Miguel's like, "Whoa, it's not her fault." He's like, "Stay out of it." So then Robbie tries to punch Miguel, who literally just got out of the hospital, literally just started walking again. So then Sam steps in and protects Miguel, which Robbie's 100% wrong for doing that. Then Robbie gets mad. He's like, "You know what? You two deserve each other." And then he walks off. And Carmen and Johnny start kissing. And the episode ends with Robbie going to Kreese. So, yeah, very good episode. Probably like the best 8th episode out of a season. Probably put it over episode 8. But yeah, 2 hours long. Yeah, but on to season 3, episode 9, Feel the Night. Very good episode. It opens up with Allie back in the valley for Christmas. Then we see Johnny and Carmen together. Carmen goes off to work. Then Johnny opens up his laptop and he sees that Allie messaged him back. So he's kind of in an awkward situation. You see Sam and Miguel together sparring, and then they start making out in the dojo. Daniel walks in on it and flips out. And then we see Robbie wake up in the Cobra Kai dojo. And then, we see him and Kreese, and he starts, training Robbie. Hawk gets upset because he hates Robbie for what he did to Miguel. And then Tori's there, and she nods in approval, where Hawk yells at Kreese for letting him in there. And Kreese is like, "The enemy of your enemy is your friend." So then we see Robbie packing up his stuff. Tori starts lecturing him and all that. And then Tori starts talking with him, and Robbie listens. And then she's like, "We're hanging out after class. You should come." So she invites him to hang out with them. So then we see Johnny meet up with Allie at this restaurant, and he tries to pretend that he's something else. So he orders this like gross salad to impress Allie, but she's not buying it. She's like, I'll just have a burger. And Johnny changes his mind. He's like, yeah, I'll have the burger too. So they get into that whole thing. And then Daniel has a talk with Sam about the whole boyfriend drama. It's like Kyler, Miguel, Robbie, back to Miguel again. And then Daniel finds out about the whole like Robbie situation. And then Sam convinces Daniel to give Miguel a chance. He's changed. He's not even in Cobra Kai anymore. So then we see Robbie decide to join the Cobras at the zoo place, and Hawk gets upset at Tori for inviting him. She's like, "Yeah, you got a problem with that?" So Hawk doesn't really do anything. So then Kyler offers Robbie a beer. He turns it down because he doesn't like alcohol, and he's like, "You don't drink much." He's like, "I don't need to drink to pretend to be cool." And then, Hawk tries to fight him. Tori shuts it down. So then they all head out, and, Robbie and Tori kind of start bonding more. So then they go to the zoo. Then we see more of Johnny and Allie talking and catching up. And then we see Daniel chat with Miguel about like his and Johnny's past. And then we see the Cobras try to steal a snake for Kreese. They almost get caught, but Robbie is able to snag it with his bare hands. And he impresses Tori and Kyler and everyone else. And obviously Hawk's jealous. And then Daniel has a heart-to-heart talk with Miguel, which was really cool to see. So then Sam comes up with an idea to bring Johnny and Daniel together. And then we see Johnny and Allie at golf and stuff, which was pretty cool. They almost kiss, but then Johnny stopped. Well, then they get interrupted by the phone dinging, and then Allie has an idea. Then we see Kreese being impressed with the Cobras of what Robbie was able to do. So then he reveals to Tori that Miguel and Sam are back together and that they saved the All Valley. So Tori gets mad and storms off. And, basically this episode ends with Johnny going to the country club, and he sees Allie talking to Daniel, and he gets jealous. And we see all these flashbacks from the original Karate Kid. And, of course, we see Sam and Miguel trying to get Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang to work together. So, yeah, it's a very good episode. So, I think it's very good. Then we have Season 3, Episode 10, December 19th. This is by far one of the best episodes in the show, the Season 3 finale. You have it open up with Kreese and Silver and the rest of the military team in that cage in Vietnam. Then cuts back to present day to Daniel, Allie, and Johnny at the country club. Things are awkward there. Then you have Sam and Miguel trying to convince Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang to work together. Then you have Daniel. Then you have Amanda meeting Allie. They're all talking. And then, Dimitri's talking with the Cobras. Then they hear a cat meow. And then Bert goes flying through the window. Cobra Kai busts in. Hawk, Kyler. Kyler sees Miguel for the first time. He's like, payback time, Rhea. Then Tori busts in wearing a skeleton hoodie. She's like, heard you're having a party. Hope you don't mind we crash. And then Tori just goes insane. And Miguel's like, listen, you don't have to do this. She's like, it's too late. This ends tonight. And then she screams at the top of her lungs, no mercy. And, this whole house brawl breaks out. And then obviously you have Daniel, Johnny, and Allie reminiscing like their old memories. And then it cuts back to the house fight where Miguel's struggling against Kyler, which not really surprising since she just got out of a wheelchair. But the brawl was really, really good. It's arguably better than the school brawl. Sam and Tori bump into each other. Tori chases down Sam to the pool house. And then Sam just letting her fear get the best of her. And Tori grabs nunchucks and she gets ready to inflict harm on Sam. Then you have Dimitri getting thrown around. You see Hawk throwing around people. Then it cuts back to the country club of, Johnny, Allie, and Daniel, and Amanda still talking and stuff and getting ready to leave. Then it cuts back to the house fight where Sam finally snaps out of it after Tori shatters the glass on the Miyagi photo. So then Sam snaps out of it. She walks in and fights back against Tori. Then we see Kyler take down Miguel, and he dabs up Hawk, and then Hawk starts to realize, like what he's doing is wrong. And then he snaps out of it, and he saves Dimitri from Rickenberger. And he apologizes to Dimitri, like, look, man, I'm sorry for all of it. Can you help me win this thing? And then we see this awesome team up of Hawk and Dimitri. It was so cool. And then we see Miguel walk in and remember all the stuff that Johnny told him. So then Miguel walks in and puts Kyler on his ass. Then it cuts to Sam disarming Tori and, beating her. And basically saying, like, I'm not afraid of you. And then Hawk's like, listen, the fight's over. And Tori's like, no, this isn't over. Contradicting what she said earlier. And she's like, this will never be over, LaRusso, you hear me? And Sam's like, you know where to find me. And she calls Miguel and Hawk traitors. And she threatens Hawk and says, like, you better watch your back. And then Dimitri's like, don't worry, you won't have to because we'll be watching it for him. So then she kind of just scoffs and then walks off. And then we see Johnny and Allie talk. And Allie's like, it was fun to visit the past to know where you are now. So then she basically says, like, go make things right with Carmen. So then Johnny goes to tell Carmen how he feels about her. But then he sees Miguel like all bloodied up and injured, and Johnny gets pissed and he's like, what happened? And then it cuts to another flashback of Kreese in Vietnam, where Kreese takes Silver's place and fights Captain Turner. And then he's like, 1, 2, 3. And then Johnny busts in the Cobra Kai dojo and kicks the door down to confront Kreese, and he sees Robbie in a Cobra Kai gi training there on Kreese's side, and then Johnny's heartbroken. He's like, no. His worst nightmare comes true, and then Kreese is like, he's exactly where he belongs, as are you, and he gives him like this whole speech. And he's like, this is your final chance to come back to Cobra Kai. And then, when Robbie says, like, listen to him, Daddy, he only wants what's best for you. Like, that right there was heartbreaking for Johnny to see that Kreese had already brainwashed Robbie. So then Johnny's like, okay, first you send your students to attack my other son, then you have my actual son brainwashed. Now I'm kicking your ass now. So then Johnny goes to town on Kreese, and what I love about this is it cuts from present to flashback. Present to flashback cuts from Johnny versus Kreese to young Kreese versus Captain Turner. And, you know, as you rooting for and against Kreese at the same time, which is something rare and that isn't done very often. So I really like that they did that. Um, and then Johnny starts beating Kreese down, but Robbie drags him away. And, Robbie lashes out at Johnny and starts unleashing everything on Johnny. And Johnny's like, I'm not going to fight you. And then obviously accidentally knocks him into um, a locker, and he knocks him out unconscious. And then Johnny's like, you okay? And, immediately regrets it. And then Kreese gets up and knocks down Johnny, cuts to the flashback, and then Kreese ends up um, stomping on Captain Turner's hand, causing him to fall to his death in the snake pit. And then Kreese walks over to Johnny with the side. Johnny knocks out of his hand. Kreese tries to choke Johnny to death again, but then Daniel saves him and lashes out at Kreese, saying, like, you sent them to my house, like, you wanted to fight, you son of a bitch, now you got one. And then Daniel sees Robbie knocked out unconscious, and then he's like, I told you this was inevitable. And then Daniel and Kreese start fighting, which is awesome. Then Daniel uses the pressure points on Kreese, and we actually see fear increase for the first time ever. And right about when Daniel's about to take out Kreese, Sam shouts, Dad, and then runs over. And, Kreese makes a deal with Johnny and Daniel, like, let's make a deal. Tournament. You win, I'll go. If I win, you go. And Johnny's like, we won't lose. And, officially teaming up with Daniel. Then Robbie walks out, and then Johnny, is heartbroken. And Robbie's like, get out of here, all of you. And Kreese is like, come on, son. Kind of like to take a jab at Johnny. And then you see the flashback of like Kreese and Silver hugging. And Silver's like, whatever you need, I got you, man, your whole life. And then back to the next day, Kreese calls up Terry Silver and is like, hey, long time. And then it cuts to like, I can't remember what the song's actually called, but it's like, what was it called? It was like In the Air Tonight or something like that. I don't know, but it was a great song. And we see like the Eagle Fang students joining the Miyagi-Do students, Hawk, Miguel, and then Johnny walks in and they're like, are you ready? Let's begin. Season ends there. Freaking loved it, man. Such a great finale. All right, guys, we are on to season 4. So, season 4, episode 1, Let's Begin, picks up where season 3 left off. We see Terry Silver getting that phone call from Kreese saying, like, hey, long time. And Silver hangs up. Kreese, or excuse me, then it picks up for where Daniel and Johnny left off, and basically pitching their team up to the rest of the students. So then, we see a whole training montage. It's really hilarious. So then we cut back to Cobra Kai, where Tori's pissed off about her loss to Sam. So then she starts lecturing Kyler and roasting him. So then Robbie shows up and she's mad at him for not showing up at the fight. So then Kreese talks to Robbie, and Robbie all of a sudden is like not all in. And he's like, I don't want to be some pawn in this dojo war. And Kreese is like, you're not a pawn. I think you're a king. He's like, you've got, talent. You just got to show it to the world. And he's like, yeah, well, with them on the same side, they're going to be impossible to beat. And then Kreese is like, they're not the only ones teaming up, which I remember that from the teaser. That was so awesome. So then it cuts back to, Daniel bringing Sam home with him and having that whole alarm system. Then him talking to Amanda. Amanda's pissed and is like, this whole thing's stressing me out. So then he calls Sam LaRusso 2.0, which Sam doesn't really like being called that. Then we see Johnny talking with Carmen, and then Miguel makes the whole situation awkward, talking about the alley stuff, and then Carmen didn't know about that, so made the whole thing awkward. And then Johnny and Carmen talk, saying that they should put their relationship on pause for a bit. So then Kreese goes to visit Silver and to convince them to help him with Cobra Kai against Johnny and Daniel. Which how they did Silver, how they reintroduced Silver in this episode was phenomenal, on how it's not really 100% changed, but like he's out of the whole Cobra Kai karate stuff and wants nothing to do with it anymore. And like he has like this new girlfriend and they're having a party. So then Kreese decides to stay, and Silver obviously doesn't like it. We see Tori lecturing Robbie. They get into an argument. So then Tori kind of storms off and Robbie's kind of pissed. And then we see more Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang training together, where they decide to train separately. And like Miguel and Sam talk about it and all that. And then Johnny puts Hawk through the ringer because of all the crap he did. And then Silver and Kreese obviously at that little like get together, and Kreese lashes out at like this weird guy. He's like, karate's not a phase, it's a way of life. You can leave it behind, but it never leaves you. So then later on, Johnny starts shouting, disturbing Daniel's training session. So Daniel and Johnny get into a little bit of an argument, and then Hawk sees all like the Miyagi-Do stuff, is like, wow, this is pretty cool. And then Dimitri starts explaining it to him, and then Chris is like, whoa, 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 what are you doing? And he's like, whoa, relax, I'm not gonna break it. And he's like, you already vandalized Miyagi-Do and you stole Mr. Miyagi's medal. He's like, look, I'm really sorry about that. And then he's like, go back to your eagle thing. Like, you're not wanted here. So then, and then Dimitri kind of just stays silent. So Hawk walks off, and then Johnny and Daniel continue to argue. Hawk goes to Daniel, says, like, I don't really feel welcome here. And Daniel's like, well, what did you expect? You burned every bridge here. So then Hawk walks off upset, and then Daniel's like, well, hey. And Johnny like intervenes and it's like, well, what did you do now? And he's like, what did I do? You're the one kicking his ass all day. They get into an argument, and Daniel's like, don't you dare disrespect me at my dojo. And Johnny's like, I'll do whatever I want. And he's like, when you're under my roof, you're under my rules. She's like, what roof? We're outside. So it turns into this whole funny thing. So they want nothing to do with each other. So then Miguel and Sam have to convince Johnny and Daniel to get over it and get back on track. So Miguel tries to convince Johnny with Rocky references. And then Sam goes to the skate park, talks with Miguel on the phone. Then she tries to get Robbie to come back to Miyagi-Do, but Robbie's not having any of it. Robbie's obviously upset at her for picking Miguel over him. He's like, it's not that complicated. You had a choice and you chose. And, you know, she's like, I just want you to come back. She's like, I can't remember the exact line, but she's like, that's all I want or whatever. And Robbie's like, well, then I get to be the first person to ever tell you this. You're not getting what you want, which was freaking hilarious. And then Sam's like, fine, but remember, this is your choice. And then she walks off. Didn't really go her way. Then we see Daniel going over to Johnny's apartment, and they start talking. And Daniel's like, I think you should go full on Miyagi-Do. And he's like, what? Why should I have to join your dojo? And he's like, why can't you just join Eagle Fang? He's like, Miyagi-Do has years worth of history and heritage. You just started Eagle Fang a few weeks ago, which Daniel does have for a point. They start arguing, bickering again, and then they decide that, yeah, this isn't going to work. And they decide to split up. Then the very next morning, Robbie's at Cobra Kai early for training, and Kyler just kind of insults him, and Tori's like, yeah, what if we don't even want you? And Robbie's like, fine, then hit me. Whoever can land a hit, if one of you can land like one hit, then I'll leave. So then Robbie just goes to town on everybody. Then when he takes them all down, Tori's the last one left. He's like, are you just going to stand there or are you going to fight? So then she fights him. Robbie beats her convincingly. So Robbie goes to help her up. She kicks him in the face. And he's like, fine, a deal's a deal. I'll leave. And then Tori's like, no, stay. Because she knows that if he leaves, then they're cooked and they have no chance of winning the tournament. So he gets to stick around. Then Johnny and Daniel show up early. And, you know, they'll rip the whole Band-Aid off. And then they see Hawk taking down the fence. And Daniel's like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, both of you were right. Talk's cheap. So I'm building a bridge. So the students are chipping in and working together to build a sparring deck. So then Daniel and Johnny realize that they have to stay together. And Robbie gives a speech at the end. And then this episode ends with Silver kicking the bottle. So I thought that was a very good ending. And I forgot to mention before, Kreese tries to get Silver back on his side, but Silver's like, no. And then reveals what happened after Karate Kid 3. But yeah, pretty solid episode. I put it around here. Next, we have season 4, episode 2. First Learn Stand. This is the first introduction to Kenny. I don't think this episode was that good. I like the Tori stuff, don't get me wrong, with Amanda. I thought the Johnny and Daniel bickering stuff was funny. But the whole Kenny and Anthony stuff, it was just boring. I just didn't like it. It's just like, who cares? And then, we see Kreese helping Tori out at the dojo. And then, like, Amanda gets context from Kreese of what Tori goes through. So Amanda tries to help her out. And, Tori basically, like, throws it back in her face and gets angry. And then we see Johnny and Daniel understanding each other's philosophies. And then, like, the episode ends with Kenny talking to Sean and Juvie. And then Sean kind of points him towards Robbie's direction. So I thought this was a very mid episode. I just don't think it was that good. But it's an all right episode. Then we have episode 3, Then Learn Fly. This opens up with the whole training montage of Miyagi Fang, where they're all sparring on the sparring deck. Then Johnny tries to do the crane kick on Daniel. Then Daniel's like, "Oh, you jackass," and just walks off. So that was a good opening. And then Daniel invites Johnny, Miguel, and Carmen over to their house for homemade pizza. And then they just start talking about colleges, of like what college Sam's going to go to and what college Miguel's going to go to. Then Miguel gets nervous and spills a drink on Daniel. And he's like, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." So then they decide to do separate training, where basically they're just switching up the students to different senseis. So then we see Terry Silver at his mansion, and then his PTSD gets triggered. And he's like, "I got to go for a drive, clear my head." And then Kenny tries to join Cobra Kai. Kreese doesn't like it, but Robbie convinces him otherwise. So it doesn't really go very well for Kenny. Kenny gets kicked out. Robbie feels bad about it. Then Daniel trains the Eagle Fang students at Miyagi-Do, teaching them how to catch a fish. And then we see Sam and the Miyagi-Do students with Johnny. He tries to do this insane training by having them jump over buildings with mattresses under them. And they basically boycott and protest. Then we see Silver confront Kreese, and they have this whole confrontation scene. So then Silver kind of like does like his moves, and then Kreese is like, not bad at all. And then he's like, "You're always welcome back here. Like, the choice is yours." So then Silver walks out, and then we see Robbie returning Kenny's backpack. So then Kenny shows Robbie like the bullying videos from Anthony, and he's like, "Look, I can teach you a couple moves." So then he takes Kenny under his wing and decides to mentor him and train him. And then we see more of the Eagle Fang Miyagi-Do training, where Sam and Johnny get into an argument, and Johnny's like, if I did everything my parents told me to, I'd be working at a desk job. I didn't want that. I wanted to help students like you gain confidence and all that. And he's like, so if you want to sit behind the driver's seat, then be my guest. So then he walks off, and Sam thinks about it, and then Daniel and the rest of the Eagle Fang students have a good training thing. Daniel and Miguel bond a little bit more, and then Kenny proves himself and decks Kyler in the face, and then he's allowed into Cobra Kai. And then what's next? Sam, then Johnny decides to give up. He's like, all right, let's go. LaRusso, you got your way. So then Sam decides to jump over the buildings, and she makes it, and everyone's cheering for her, so it was a great moment. Then we see Silver in his bathroom taking his pills. And we get a flashback of him getting a tattoo with Kreese. So then Silver takes a hair tie and ties his hair back into a ponytail, basically saying yeah, I'm back. And then we see Sam and the Miyagi-Do students show up when Johnny's there at Miyagi-Do's, and they're like, you were right. And Sam starts respecting Johnny and accepts him as a sensei. So then they walk in on Miguel getting a headband from Daniel. And Johnny getting jealous over this is kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. Decent episode. Then we have episode 4 by Softly. This is a very mid episode. It's not bad, but it's not great either. But basically, this episode is revolved around Terry Silver returning to Cobra Kai and Kreese introducing him to the students. It opens up with Kenny visiting the high school, and then he runs into Bert and Nate. So he tries to attack him, but Hawk steps in and threatens him. And then we see Miyagi Fang training. We see Miguel doing kata with Daniel, and then Johnny stares at it and he gets jealous. So he starts training Sam and the rest of Miyagi-Do's. Johnny wasn't paying attention, and Dimitri accidentally hits Johnny in the face. So then Johnny ties up Dimitri and turns him into a punching bag. So everyone starts hitting him. And then Chris accidentally kicks Dimitri in the balls. That was hilarious. So then they start walking off. And then Johnny gets jealous when Miguel goes out to eat with Daniel. So then we see the whole Cobra Kai scene of Kyler saying we should go see Bloodsport in the drive-in. So Tori brings up her new job, and then Robbie's like, oh, you got a new job. Where are you working at? And she's like, none of your business. And he's like, okay. And then Kenny arrives, and Robbie's like, what's up with you? These guys were messing with me. And Robbie's like, oh, who are they? There's he said there's this guy with this big spiky red hair, and then they all immediately knew who Kenny was talking about. He's like, we owe that guy some payback. So then we see Kreese introduce Terry Silver to the class, and this is a really cool moment to see. So I thought that was pretty awesome. And then it cuts to Daniel driving Miguel around And then he teaches them how to like fix a car, and then teaches them how to drive. And then it cuts to like this birthday party place where like Sam's acting like a brat and says like, I don't want to be here, da 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 da. Then it cuts to Tori dressed as a mermaid as a birthday performer. And then Sam sees her and she's like, did I say I didn't want to be here? I meant I want to be here. So Sam completely changed their attitude. Then we see Robbie training Kenny, and then Silver walks in, and then Silver has like a one-on-one talk with Robbie, and then they start sparring, and then Silver's like, it's like, whatever that fear you have to get rid of it, because if you don't, it's going to hold you back forever. So then we see Johnny trying to like cook up lunch for Miguel. Then he sees Miguel out there, and he gets jealous that Daniel taught him how to drive and all that. So, this was later on. Robbie confronts Johnny because of the whole Hawk Kenny situation. So they get into a little argument, and Johnny tries to convince Robbie that Kreese is brainwashing him and stuff, and he's like, you put all your trust in Kreese, I don't trust anybody anymore, yada yada yada. And I don't like how Johnny handles the situation where he's like, well, if there's nothing else to talk about, I got lunch that I'm trying to work on. So then Robbie just walks off and Johnny slams the door. And then obviously we see Sam harassing Tori at her job, which is completely unnecessary. So then Sam insults Tori's singing and fighting. So then Tori turns the little girls on Sam, and they all attack her with a glitter bomb, which was hilarious. Miguel eventually gets there. So then Sam decides to kiss Miguel in front of Tori to make her jealous and make her feel bad. So then Tori storms off. Amanda goes after her, tries to calm her down and tries to be sympathetic towards her situation. And Tori's not having any of it. And Amanda's like, you don't have to be upset at the world. The world's not out to get you. And, Amanda gives her advice like if you need help, then there's no shame in asking. And then Tori just storms off. And then, Miguel eventually gets back, and then Johnny tries to have lunch with him, but Miguel's like, sorry, I'm full. I had lunch with LaRusso. He taught me how to drive. And Johnny gets upset over that. So then Miguel walks off, and then we have the whole drive-in thing where like Tori's upset, and Robbie tries to talk to her. She's like, I just had a shitty day. And he's like, I would ask, but none of my business. And she kind of just smiles at him. And then Kyler starts, being a dick to Kenny. And then, Robbie walks out and, talks to him. So then Kenny goes to get the food. He sees Bert and Nate. Then he accidentally runs into Hawk and drops all the food down to the ground. So then Hawk starts intimidating him. Robbie sees it and gets out, and then Tori goes with them, and Robbie confronts Hawk, and then Tori shows up. And then Sam and Miguel get involved, and it turns into this like whole thing, and it looks like they're about to fight. But Miguel tries to defuse the situation, and Robbie snaps at Miguel, which I did not agree with, bragging about the whole thing. So then Miguel challenges them, tricks them into going to the baseball field, and they end up dousing them with sprinklers instead of fighting them. So then they just drive off, and Cobra Kai's all pissed off. So then Kreese is obviously upset about this and starts ranting to Silver, and Silver's like, no, we have to keep them focused on training for the tournament. Like, who cares? Um, so then Kreese is like, so you're saying we shouldn't do anything at all. And Silver's like, I didn't say that. So then Johnny gets mad at Miguel for the way he handled everything. And he's like, you think you're just going to leave well enough alone? You just poked the bear. Now what do you think is going to happen? And Daniel's on Miguel's side. He's like, you did well. You took Miyagi-Do's teachings to heart. And at this point, Johnny's had enough. And he's like, all right, you and I need to have a talk. But then Silver shows up, and Daniel's like, what the and sees Silver for the first time since Karate Kid 3. And it was such a great ending with all the flashbacks. But yeah, solid episode. And then episode 5, I am just not a fan of. Now, I love the opening of Silver and Daniel reunited, and like Daniel angry and pissed at Silver, rightfully so. And then Silver genuinely apologizes to him. But Daniel refuses to accept. He's like, you better get off my property. And then Silver's like, all right, fair enough. We'll hold our students to no fighting before the tournament as long as yours does the same. And Kreese is like, remember the deal and all that. And then Kreese tries to get into Johnny's head. Like, it must like really bother you that you're playing second fiddle to Daniel LaRusso. And Johnny's like, there is no second fiddle. This is my dojo just as much as his. And he's like, you sure about that? And then Kreese walks off. And Kreese and Silver kind of walk off, and Silver's like, we're going to wipe that prick at that tournament. So then we see Robbie and Tori pissed while they're, training with Kenny. So then Silver lets them know that there's no fighting before the tournament. Tori obviously doesn't agree with that. So Kreese is kind of on her side, but Silver's like, there's no point in throwing a punch if it's not going to score you a point. So Silver tells them to harness that anger and use it at the tournament. Then we see Johnny and Daniel drinking at a bar. Daniel suggests that they double down on Miyagi-Do, and then they get into a full-blown argument. So then Johnny challenges him to a fight on the sparring deck. Daniel agrees. And then it's just like this whole drama fest. And then, the next day, the students find out about it on Twitter. And then Amanda finds out about it and talks to Daniel about it. And Daniel's like, we're both drunk. He's probably not going to go through this. And then we see Johnny going through this whole training montage of him like destroying somebody's scooter and kicking somebody's mailbox. And like, it's this whole ridiculous scene. And then we see then we see Daniel about to text Johnny to apologize, but then Sam confronts him about it. And then Daniel confronts her about the whole Tori thing. And then they get into a heated argument. And then Miguel goes to Johnny and tells him, like, what if I don't want to stop learning Miyagi-Do? And they get into a whole disagreement. So then they walk off. And we see Silver training the students. And Kreese is like, you and I need to have a conversation. And then Robbie comes up with the plan to get payback on Hawk. Hawk has purple hair now, and Moon likes it. So later on, Daniel starts training for the fight against Johnny because of the whole Sam thing. And then I forgot what Johnny does, but after this, but we then get the tattoo shop scene where Hawk gets ambushed by Robbie, Tori, Kyler, and the rest of the Cobras, and then they cut off his mohawk. And then later on, Johnny shows up at the dojo to go against Daniel. And Daniel's like, look, maybe there's a better way for this. And Daniel's like, yes, Miyagi-Do is the way. And Johnny's like, will you ever admit that you're ever wrong and all that? And then Daniel's like, you know what? Let's just get this over with. So Johnny's like, all right, fine, have it your way. So then they start fighting. Daniel scores a point, then Johnny scores a point, then Daniel scores another point, then Johnny evens it up. Then the fight gets intense. It's awkward because Sam seems to be on Johnny's side, but Miguel seems to be on Daniel's side. So then they both score a point at the same time, and they're trying to like figure out who scored it first, but it was damn near impossible. And then Hawk shows up, and he's like, whoa, Hawk, what happened? And then he pulls back his hood and reveals that Cobra Kai cut off his mohawk. And Johnny gets angry, and then it starts another argument between Johnny and Daniel, and then both of them had enough. And Johnny's like, you know what? We're done. And then Daniel's like, fine with me. So the dojos break up, and that's how the episode ends, which I was just not a fan of back then. So basically it ends there, which this episode is called Match Point. Then episode 6, we have Kicks Get Chicks. This episode was just not great. It's one of my least favorite episodes, where like instead of trying to help Hawk or whatever, the whole focus is Johnny trying to like find a female fighter for Eagle Fang instead of making amends with Daniel. Then we have obviously this episode opens up with this like weird All Valley board committee meeting that is just not interesting at all, and like them just making rule changes to the tournament, like all the other dojos finding out about it, where there's like 2 gender divisions now. And then like Miyagi-Do doesn't have a male champion, and Eagle Fang doesn't have a girl champion. Cobra Kai has both, so they have an advantage. And then Kreese and Silver start talking about it, which they had a talk in the other episode I forgot to mention, where like they're having like a meal at this like nice fancy place, and like Kreese expresses his frustrations with the way Silver's teaching his class, and like they're able to get on the same page. But obviously Hawk was like down in the dumps, and like he's pretty much made it clear that he's quitting karate, and Dimitri doesn't like that. And Dimitri's actually the one who convinces him to not quit karate and come back to it. And I did not like that Johnny or Miguel didn't reach out to him at all. And then we see Tori run into her piece of crap aunt earlier, and she threatens Tori, and then Tori gets a huge wake-up call. So then she goes to Amanda for help. Amanda invites her in, and they have like a talk, and then like Amanda makes Tori promise her to talk to somebody not karate related, basically to get therapy. Then Sam and Daniel walk in at the wrong time, and Sam freaks out, rightfully so. And then Amanda and Sam get into like a whole argument over it. Then Sam storms to her room. Then Amanda and Daniel got into a to a minor argument, and then Amanda gets Daniel to understand why she's trying to help Tori, because Amanda did something bad in her past as well. So they have a conversation about it, which I thought was pretty good. So then Daniel goes to talk to Robbie. Robbie wants nothing to do with Daniel. Then Silver shows up, and then Silver starts talking to Daniel. And like basically like tells him like, you just don't want to admit there's always been a little Cobra Kai in you. And then Daniel's like, oh, we're gonna win the tournament, we're not worried. So then Daniel walks out, and then Silver just stands there, and all that. And then Johnny's like so focused on trying to get a girl fighter in his dojo, like tries to get Piper, but then Piper ends up going to Cobra Kai. She doesn't even show up to Eagle Fang. So then later on we get introduced to Devin. So then Johnny's like, so then Johnny gets all excited. He's like, that chick's badass. And then Hawk ends up joining Miyagi-Do. And it was good to see him and Dimitri together. Man, I forget how this episode. Oh, yeah, this episode had one of the cringiest endings ever. So we see Aisha again as a cameo, and she gives Sam pretty good advice. What does Sam do? She does the complete opposite. She goes up to Tori. She threatens Tori, and she says, "I'm coming for you, bitch." And walks off with the backpack. Like, it's like, bro, what are we doing? Like, seriously? But yeah, and then this next episode I thought was slightly better than the previous one. I forgot what it was called. It was called Minefields. But this is a really mid episode. Don't get much of Hawk like at all. You have Kreese and Silver having like this like mini competition of like them picking students to go up against each other, and like the winner buys like beer or whatever. And like we see Tori versus Piper, and then Tori puts Piper on her ass, and Piper's like, we should do it again sometime, and Tori's like, yeah, in your dreams. So there's this whole weird thing. And then we see Devin join the Eagle Fang, and her and Johnny start bonding over old action movies. And then like she starts training with them, and then like they have this whole scene where she kicks every guy in the nuts. And then when she kicks Mitch in the nuts, that was hilarious. Then we don't get that much of Sam in this episode. Miguel finds out that Johnny's dating Carmen. So, like, he's weirded out by it, but he accepts it and is happy for both of them. So he ends up, so that situation ends up being awkward. So they go to training. And then I think there's a little bit of Miyagi training. No. Daniel finds Kenny's Cobra Kai jacket because of the stunt Anthony pulled. So Anthony kind of fibs to his dad. So Daniel decides to take Anthony to Miyagi-Do, and Anthony's like, wow, this is actually pretty cool. But then he makes Anthony do the whole wax on thing, which was pretty awesome. Of course, Anthony's lazy, and he hires somebody else to do it, and then Daniel lashes out at Anthony, and he just handles the situation poorly. Then we see Miguel lash out at Johnny. We're saying, like, use protection. And he's like, you're making it weird at home. You're making it weird at training, and I'm over it. And then Carmen gets upset at Johnny. And then Anthony starts looking at the scrolls and, explains to Daniel why he gets annoyed with the Mr. Miyagi stories, and that I never really got to know the guy. And he's like, oh, you feel out of the loop. And he basically tells Daniel, don't worry about this Cobra Kai kid. So then Miguel starts venting to Sam about the whole Johnny and Carmen situation. So Johnny takes him out of school early, and then they start talking. And Johnny tries to make things right with Miguel. And he's like, I don't want things to change. I want you to be my sensei and all that. And Johnny smiles at him. And then Sam shows up and she wants to learn from Johnny. He's like, sure your dad's okay with it? And Sam's like, I don't really care. So Johnny just smiles. And I wish we got to see Johnny train Sam on screen. They just do it off screen. So that was pretty disappointing. And then they had Robbie and Kenny fight, where Silver gives Kenny good advice, hey, everyone has a weakness. So Robbie's weakness is Kenny, so Kenny uses that. Robbie's like, hey, I'm sorry, you're right. And then Kenny knocks him down and gets the win for Silver. And then Silver's like, you owe me. And walks past Kreese, and Kreese is obviously pissed off by this. And then let's see, what else did we get? Kenny and Anthony get into a fight at the school. Daniel and Amanda find out about it. Then they find out that Anthony's the real bully. And then we see Kreese get mad at Silver and get to his head, trigger the PTSD from the war. And Silver kind of just breaks down in tears. And, it's really messed up from Kreese to do that to Silver. And then this causes Silver to go into a downward spiral and go back to what he was in Karate Kid 3, but way worse. But yeah, mid-episode. Then we got episode 8, Party Time. This is the prom episode. A lot of people don't like this episode. I don't think it's that bad. It's probably better than some of these other episodes. But I don't think it's that bad of an episode. Yeah, it's a bit cringe. But you have the whole Stingray stuff at the beginning. You have Silver punching the punching bag. And then Silver pleads his loyalty to Kreese. And then Kreese is like, we got a class to teach. And then you have Robbie and Tori agreeing to go to prom together. And then Stingray shows up, makes the whole thing awkward, and then Kreese just straight up insults Stingray and puts him down, and Silver's kind of like, what the heck just happened? And Silver helps Robbie and Tori go to prom. He's like, I think it's a great idea. If you're going to prom, you're going in style. So you have that whole thing. Then you have Johnny seeing Daniel for the first time, dropping off Miguel at the Larissa house so Miguel can take Sam to prom. And Sam's in her pink dress and Miguel's dressed up all nice. Then Anthony comes down and they take a whole family picture. And then, Miguel and Sam go to prom together. And then Shannon goes to Johnny, who's with Carmen. And Shannon tells Johnny about the whole Silver situation and how, he's going to take good care of Robbie and has, a bunch of money. and even offered Shannon the job. So Johnny decides to take it into his own hands and, says like, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And then, you know, then at the prom, you have Sam and Miguel dancing together. And they see Robbie and Tori walk out. They go there to make them jealous. And then you have Daniel and Amanda talk to Louie's cousin, who's played by Ralph's daughter. And they talk to her about the whole Anthony situation. And they come to realize that part of the problem is them favoring Sam over Anthony. So then Johnny breaks into Cobra Kai. Silver sees on the security cameras, and like Johnny threatens Silver, and Silver challenges him to a fight at the original Cobra Kai dojo. And like Silver like tells Kreese at that dojo, I have a surprise plan for you. And then Robbie and Tori have their little dance scene to make Sam and Miguel jealous, and then later on they're like slow dancing, and Tori tells Robbie how she feels, and that like she just wants to prove she's the best at something, and Robbie's like, I can relate, I understand. So then they just stop caring about Sam and Miguel's jealousy, and they find a connection in one another, which is really beautiful to see. So then we see Johnny show up at the original Cobra Kai dojo, and he gets blindsided and gets kicked in the back of the head by Silver, and then Kreese is shocked by this. Like, you lured him here? And he's like, yeah, this is your chance to get revenge against him. And then Silver and Johnny get into a fight, and like Kreese is like just standing there heartbroken. And then Silver knocks down Johnny, and then Silver's like, you want to see some more? And Kreese tells him to stop. And he's like, that's enough. And basically stops it, and then Kreese walks off. Or excuse me, Silver walks off. And then Kreese just leaves Johnny there. Then the whole prom party thing gets moved to Stingray's house, and the neighbor interrupts, and Stingray beats up the neighbor. And then Daniel talks to Anthony, and they have a little conversation, and then Anthony's tablet goes off. Daniel's like, are you hearing anything we're telling you? So then he takes his tablet, smashes it, Johnny Lawrence style, and then he's like, quiet! And pretty much reprimands Anthony. Then Robbie and Miguel have an awkward, make awkward eye contact, which is from earlier. Then Sam and Tori run into each other, and then Sam just starts being a brat for no reason. And she's like, I have a half-eaten cupcake if you want, which is just ridiculous. And then Tori snaps back. And then, Tori says, like, I don't take orders from tiny little bitches. So then Sam kicks her in the stomach while she's not paying attention. They get into a whole fight. Then Miguel has to drag her off of her. And then Tori knocks down Sam. And then Miguel has to restrain Tori. And then Robbie takes it the wrong way. Then Robbie and Miguel get into a fight. So then they start fighting each other. Then they knock each other into a pool. And then Stingray just jumps into the pool, and they make it a whole like comedy thing. And then Tori drags Robbie into the pool, and like they start, having fun. And then Sam and Miguel are mad at each other. Miguel goes home and sees Johnny like on the ground, injured and drunk. He helps him up, and they have this like whole emotional scene. And Miguel tells Johnny that he loves him, and then Johnny's like, I love you too, Robbie, which just breaks Miguel down. And then we see Tori and Robbie in the Ferrari, and then they end up kissing for the first time. And then we see Anthony trying to make a change and try to be better by taking out the trash and saying like, yeah, I was wrong. You guys are right. I'm going to make an effort to go to the dojo and help out the dealership more. And Dana's like, yeah, that'd be cool. And then we see Silver drunk having a breakdown. Then he throws the glass bottle. And then Stingray comes in at the wrong time. Is like, I want to join Cobra Kai. And then Silver comes up with a plan. He pretty much beats Stingray to a pulp, and the episode ends there. Then episode 9, we have The Fall. This was a really good episode. The only thing that I have to nitpick about it was that I don't like they just rushed to the tournament. Felt like we needed like one more episode of training montages and, like a bunch of the characters make amends with each other. But they rushed right to the tournament, which I wasn't a fan of the whole tournament montage because like it was in such a confined space. So I just wasn't a fan of that. But like once you get to the actual fights, they're like really good. Like Tori versus Devin was done very well. When you get to the main fights, you get to Sam versus Piper. Piper scores 1 point, starts talking trash, then Sam scores 3 straight and just embarrasses her. We see Robbie versus Kenny, which that was a fight that had a lot of stakes to it, where it's like it's Kreese versus Silver, and Kreese gets into Johnny's head, you fighting your friend or your opponent. So then Robbie locks in and, kicks Kenny in the face, causes him to bleed. And then like Daniel and Johnny are looking in shock. And I love the reveal when Sam and Daniel realize that Robbie taught Cobra Kai their moves, and Daniel confronts Robbie about it and gives him a speech like, never put passion over principle, because even if you win, you lose. And Robbie learns that later. And then we get the Miguel versus Hawk fight, and Johnny's putting way too much pressure on Miguel. And then we see Daniel and Johnny confront each other about Johnny training Sam and Daniel talking to Miguel, so they lash out at each other and they get into another argument and then just walk off. So Miguel and Eli get ready for their fight, and it was a pretty good fight. Miguel was doing the best he could, but then he re-aggravates his back injury and the episode ends there. Then we are at the end of season 4. Season 4, episode 10, The Rise. This episode was really, really good. It's a great finale. It starts off with Stingray waking up in the hospital. Then the tournament resumes. Obviously, Miguel's debating on whether or not he should return or not. See Robbie beat Dimitri in the semis. He goes to the finals. Miguel is unable to return because his back wasn't feeling it and he wasn't fighting for himself. So then Sam goes to talk to him about it. Sam and Tori are matched up in the finals. We see Robbie and Eli fight, which is one of the best fights in the show. To this day, I feel like Robbie should have won, but Eli gets a much-deserved win and puts Miyagi-Do in the lead. Then Robbie's upset about it. Tori goes to comfort him. Then Amanda shows up and she asks Tori to play by the rules against Sam. And Tori does that. She fights clean and with honor. she did accidentally elbow Sam, but it was an accident. And Silver encourages her to keep fighting dirty, which is something she doesn't want to do. So Kreese steps in and is like, all right, that's enough. And she's like, let her fight how she wants. And then Kreese pretty much like puts the dojo on the line and is like, you fight your own way. And then Tori goes in there, locks in, and gets the W for Cobra Kai. And then Sam's heartbroken. And what I love about this scene is, Tori goes to she asks Sam if she's okay, and she tries to help her up. There's really good character growth for Tori's character. So that's what I love about season 4. And then she celebrates her trophy win. And then Johnny goes to Carmen's like, where's Miguel? And she tells him that he took an Uber. Johnny's like, it's my fault. I got put too much pressure on him. And then Sam's heartbroken. And, Daniel feels bad for her. So Johnny drives. Well, first Tori celebrates her win. She goes back in the locker room to get a bag, and then she learns that Silver cheated and paid off the ref, and then she feels like she didn't actually win. So then Johnny drives to the old dojo. Robbie walks in, and they have like this big emotional scene, which is one of the best scenes in the entire show. Johnny and Robbie finally make up. They hug it out. Such a great scene. So then you have Terry Silver and Kreese talking, and Silver confronts Kreese, and he's like, I figured out your weakness. It's Johnny Lawrence. And, Kreese brings up the Vietnam stuff. He's like, oh, there it is. Keep playing the guilt card, da 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 da. And then it turns out Silver framed Kreese for beating up Stingray. So Silver gets Kreese arrested so he can fully take over Cobra Kai. And then Johnny learns that Miguel took off for Mexico to find his dad, Hector, Noah's favorite character. So Johnny has to go to Mexico to find Miguel, but Johnny learns from Carmen that Hector doesn't know that he has a son. So then we see Daniel talking to Miyagi's grave, and then Chosen shows up at the end. Such a great ending. Really good episode. But now we are on season 5, so we have one season after this. We've been live for 3 hours now. But we have season 5, episode 1, Long, Long Way from Home. I thought it was a solid episode. I thought it was a pretty good episode. But it opens with Terry Silver's Cobra Kai, Miguel in Mexico, him trying to find Hector, Johnny and Robbie driving around in Mexico. And then Robbie learns that the real reason they're in Mexico is they're trying to find Miguel. Robbie gets upset about that. Then we have Chosen trying to help Daniel. Amanda walks in on Chosen skinny dipping in their pool, which was funny. And then Daniel and Chosen see Silver's Cobra Kai taking over the valley. And then Chosen tells Daniel the whole story of Kim Sung-young and his no honor philosophy or whatever. Then Johnny and Robbie get into a fight with these surfer dudes who were scamming people, which is pretty common. Johnny Miguel ends up finding Hector. Hector invites him to dinner. The episode ends with Daniel shutting down Miyagi-Do. Johnny and Robbie continuing to find Miguel. And then Chosen ends up as a mole in Silver's Cobra Kai. And also, you had Sam being selfish and calling Miguel earlier, which I did not like. So, yeah, you had that as well. Then we get to episode 2, season 5, episode 2, Mole. I thought it was an alright episode. Basically, like, it starts off with a Chosen flashback. Then we see Tori for the first time since the tournament. You have Johnny and Robbie still in Mexico trying to find Miguel. You have some Miguel and Hector scenes, which pretty much lead nowhere. You have Miguel calling Carmen, getting upset at her. Then he goes with Hector to the Fight Club. Then Johnny and Robbie have to figure out how to get their van back. So they do so through winning a spice eating contest or whatever it is. Then you see Chosen training with Tori, and Chosen gives Tori good advice. And then Chosen starts talking to Silver. Then Tori confronts Silver about the cheating thing. So then Silver gives her a decision to make where she can stay and he can make her the face of the dojo, or she can leave and he won't hold it against her. So that's a lot of pressure on Tori. And then Chosen visits Silver's mansion, tries to get more information on him for Daniel. Then we see Hector show his true colors to Miguel. He gets all paranoid about the FBI. So then Johnny and Miguel get into a fight with these MMA fighters, which is pretty cool to see. Then Miguel starts to realize Hector really is a bad man. So Miguel learns everything he needs to know and then walks out of there, breaks down in tears with his mom on the phone. Then Johnny, his real dad, shows up. They hug it out. Robbie's there. Very emotional scene. And then the next day, Tori decides to stay in Cobra Kai just to help Kreese. And then Silver exposes Chosen. So he sicks all the other senseis on Chosen, and Chosen takes them down with ease. Really good ending. Then we have episode 3. Episode 3 was okay, I guess. But you have Mike Barnes in it, which I thought Mike Barnes was awesome. In this episode, I'm glad they made him a changed man and not, the same guy he was in Karate Kid 3. You have Silver confronting Daniel and Chosen. You see the whole Sam and Miguel situation get awkward. Like, I wasn't a fan of Yasmin getting involved in typing for Sam. I thought that was dumb. And then, obviously, like I said, you have the Mike Barnes stuff. The Mike Barnes versus Chosen fight was pure fan service, but, it was still fun to see. So they all work together. Then we see, eventually Miguel goes out and buys Sam an octopus necklace. And then Sam goes to like this spa, goes into like this water tank and like has a vision of her fighting an evil version of herself. So then later on, Miguel goes to talk to Sam. Sam kind of breaks down in tears. She breaks up with Miguel. Then Miguel cries again and throws the octopus necklace on the ground. Then Johnny, turns out that Carmen's pregnant, and Johnny has to step up as a dad. And then Silver confronts Daniel, and Daniel has Mike Barnes' furniture store burned down. So yeah, pretty solid episode. And we have, maybe this is called Playing with Fire. Then episode 4, Downward Spiral, and that's exactly what it was. It's not a terrible episode, but not a great episode either. Like, this whole episode just revolves around Johnny as an Uber driver, and the whole water park thing and the whole drama just stirring up of Kenny causing drama with Anthony. Hawk steps in, then Tori steps in, and Robbie's there with Tori, and then you have the whole San Miguel thing just being awkward. Because, like, obviously they're not dating anymore, but they don't hate each other either. So it's a whole weird, awkward thing. And then they decided to do like a tube race, which was just completely unnecessary and just cringe. And then yeah, it was just, it was a whole thing. And it was just, and then you have Daniel and Amanda go to this like auction thing, and then like Silver easily manipulates Amanda, makes Daniel look like he's losing his mind. And then Amanda gets mad at Daniel and just up and leaves him with Sam and Anthony. And then they all get kicked out of the water park. And then Miguel and Robbie get into an argument. Johnny spends the whole episode as an Uber driver, and then he convinces Shannon to have Robbie stay with him through the summer. Johnny intervenes with the Robbie and Miguel argument, and yeah, definitely not the best episode, in my opinion. Then episode 5, which is Extreme Measures. This episode was phenomenal. Like you have the whole like Tori stuff, dealing with her internal struggles. Now Amanda getting into a bar fight in Ohio was a bit weird. But you have Daniel starting to like lose it and go through depression of like not having Amanda around. Chosen tries to help him through it. And Daniel starts to lash out at Stingray, and breaks his PS5, which is funny. Then he goes to Johnny, and Johnny has one of his best moments where like he keeps his composure, says like, "What the hell are you doing, man?" and helps Daniel through it. And then you have the Ohio stuff, which wasn't that great. But then Daniel, how this episode ends was really good, where Daniel goes over to Stingray's house to apologize. Silver's there. Silver gets into Daniel's head when Daniel tries to surrender and give up, but Silver's like, nope, too late for that. And they get into like a really good fight. It was really well done. And Silver gets into his head, and then Silver knocks out Daniel and basically says like, don't take this as an act of mercy. Like, I want you to be around when you start to lose everything. And then, you know, I like the ending dialogue from Tori, and then we get the reveal of Tori working with Kreese, which was really awesome. But it was a great episode. And episode 6 is arguably even better. Our Bros, where, you know, Daniel wants nothing to do with the karate war. He doesn't want to lose his family. We get the introduction to Kim Dae-yoon, They take over Topanga Karate. Devin and Tori start getting into an argument, but then they start to relate to each other. We have Johnny and Chosen fight the Korean senseis, which was awesome to see. And then we see like Amanda, Johnny, Chosen, Sam all trying to figure out how to help Daniel. And then like Devin ends up joining Cobra Kai despite Tori knocking her down. And then we see the ending scene was phenomenal, where like Sam and Robbie and Amanda all talk to Daniel, and then he comes out to Miyagi-Do, and like all the students are there, they all bow to Daniel, showing their support for him. So I thought it was a really good episode. Then we have Bad Eggs. This episode was mid, in my opinion. It's just basically Chosen training the students. You have Johnny and Daniel talking to Kreese and trying to get information about Silver. I think that's it, really. You have Johnny and Daniel. Oh, yeah, and you had Silver. You had the whole like Cobra Kai training stuff where like Tori and Devin had to figure out how to work together, and Silver trying to get Kenny to be a leader. So you had all that whole spiel. So it was a mid episode, in my opinion. Then we have episode 8, Taikai. This is before season 6 came out. This was the worst episode. Now it didn't start off bad. You have the whole Sekai Taikai committee thing, where like you switch back and forth from each dojo's training montages. Here's what makes this episode so bad. It disrespects you as a fan base. Like they have freaking Kenny beat Hawk. You have Hawk saying that no more Eli, time to uncage the Hawk, and then he just takes a huge blow from Kenny. Kenny gives him the silver bullet. Then he's like down on the ground on his knees trying to like gasp for air. It's like, bro, what are we doing? Like, I don't care what the circumstances are. You don't have Hawk, an All-Valley champion, get beaten so badly by a middle schooler who's getting thrown around in dumpsters a season ago. Like, what the hell are we doing here? But yeah, you have the whole spiel. And then another thing that makes it worse, you have Miguel kiss this random girl at a party. Sam sees it. She starts freaking out, starts having a panic attack. She starts typing away on her phone. Then you have Tori show up out of nowhere after she left the dojo earlier, and she tells Sam that, like, you didn't lose the All Valley, Silver cheated. Which is like, bro, they're just doing way too much. But I do like earlier the whole like Sam winning her fight against Devin. I thought that was great for her character. But yeah, it was just a bad episode. And then episode 9 was really good. One of my favorite episodes of the show. I don't know where to put it. Probably bottom here, right? But this episode is really good. You have the whole like Johnny, Daniel, Chosen, Amanda, like all going out. You have the Tori stuff, which my heart hurt for Tori when she was forced to break her hand over a dojo. Robbie confronting Silver was so badass, so cool. That was a great moment for Robbie's character, showing that he has no fear. You have the whole like Sam lashing out at Tori, which I don't blame her for. Then they go confront Stingray and try to get the truth out of him, which this episode was called Survivors. So then Sam's pissed and all that because the little Miguel stuff and Tori stuff. So then Sam goes to Tori's apartment and sees what Tori's going through and all that. And I just love this scene between them. It's one of my favorite scenes in the whole entire show. So they agree to team up, and Silver has a scene with Kim, and Silver's like, I'm not going to let them intervene and all that. And then this episode ends with Eye of the Tiger. So a really good episode. And then we have episode 10, Head of the Snake, one of the best episodes in the entire show. This was a great episode. You have Mike Barnes teaming up with Johnny and Chosen. They go over to Silver's house and attack him. It was so badass. Then you have Sam and Tori on the same side with Robbie, Miguel, Hawk, Dimitri, and the rest of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. They go into Cobra Kai to try to expose Silver. Kyler shows up, and then one of the cringiest scenes ever is Mitch revealing that he's joined Cobra Kai and he's a traitor. The whole thing was just stupid. No one cared. So you have this big dojo brawl breakout, and I thought it was pretty entertaining. We get one of the best fight scenes in the show, Chosen versus Silver. It was such a great fight. Then you have Johnny fighting to the death against the Cobra Kai senseis. And then Stingray and Amanda pick up Daniel and drive him to the dojo. Silver takes out Chosen, or so we think. Then it resumes to the dojo brawl. They're able to upload the evidence of Silver cheating. Daniel gets there, tries to break up the fight, and I love Sam helping out Tori against Kim. And then they fight side by side, which was cool to see. And Silver gets exposed. And we see Johnny fight for his life, for his family, for his baby. And then we see Daniel and Silver fight. And then we get the whole like Quicksilver method repeat. And then Daniel crane kicks Silver in the face and beats him, overcomes him. And this should have been the ending of Cobra Kai. You have Silver getting defeated. You have Kreese getting redeemed, or just pouring out his heart. You had Robbie and Tori get back together. You had Sam and Miguel get back together. You had Johnny and Daniel in a good place. Like, this is such a perfect ending. They should have ended it with this. But yeah. Then we're on to the final season, season 6, episode 1. I thought it was a fine episode. It was Peacetime in the Valley. It's the season opener. I thought this episode was fine. It wasn't great, but I thought it was all right. But it's basically, like, it doesn't even feel like it continues season 5. It just feels like its own thing, where you have Miguel and Robbie going to school. You have Sam and Anthony going to school. Robbie and Tori, do their thing. Sam and Miguel do their thing. And then Johnny discovers that the Eagle Fang building got demolished. So he goes to Daniel and he says something completely out of reach and says, like, since when do I run shit by you? And he's like, since you can burn the place down. And then Johnny and Chosen get into a fight over the dojo name. And, that whole thing is ridiculous. And then, Daniel has to, like, kind of be like the bridge between Johnny and Chosen. And then, Johnny goes off and he sees Stingray, which he thought it was Kreese, but Stingray gives him like this whole inspirational speech, like he is Cobra Kai and all that. And then while this is going on, you have Miguel and Robbie trying to get Tori and Sam to get along by taking them out on a double date. Then they see Kenny there. Then Robbie tries to make amends with Kenny. Sean doesn't allow it. So So Sam, Tori, and Miguel back him up. So Robbie tries again, and Sean starts a fight with Robbie. Miguel intervenes. They get into it. So then they knock down Kenny. Kenny tries to get back up and grabs a baseball bat. Tori steps on it. It's like, really? So they get into it. And Sean sees that Tori and Sam are not trying to hurt Kenny. They're just trying to help him. So Sean intervenes and takes Kenny home. And then Sean's like, hey, they're good people. You should listen to them. And he's like, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. And Sean's like, that is the dumbest crap I've ever heard. Then you have Daniel talking to Chosen about the whole thing. And then Johnny goes to Daniel's like, we are Miyagi-Do. We need to honor Mr. Miyagi's legacy. And then Johnny and Chosen still fight just for fun. Then at the end, we see everyone in Miyagi-Do gi, and then we finally see where Kreese is. Kreese is in Korea looking for Kim Dae-yoon. But yeah, this episode wasn't that great. Episode 2, The Prize. This was not a great episode. This has some of the worst pacing I've ever seen. Like, this episode is just all over the place. Like, you have Kreese in Korea, where it's very dark tone. Kim Sung-young, the fact that he's even still alive is beyond me. He sends him on a quest to go get his blade back. He gets bitten by a cobra, has a hallucination, and tells like Johnny, like, I've shown nobody mercy but you, which is not true, because he showed Tori mercy by allowing her to fight her own way at the All Valley, putting Cobra Kai's survival at risk. So then Kreese snaps Johnny's neck. Then it jumps to Miguel, Hawk, and Dimitri at a college frat party with Kyler and Brooks. Then we jump to Chosen trying to help Johnny find a nice house and keep his anger in check and everything. Like there's so many different subplots happening all at once. Like, it gets out of hand and a bit ridiculous. And then Sam's in like one scene in this, Robbie's in one scene in this, and then that's it. And then Tori's not in this episode at all. Like, this episode was kind of all over the place. Then we have episode 3, Sleeper, which, you know, these are interchangeable. You can rank one over the other. But this one also had bad pacing. You have Daniel finding out about the Miyagi stuff, and they make a big deal out of it for absolutely no reason. So they chase this guy who knew stuff about Miyagi. Then we have Johnny throwing a slumber party for Sam and Tori, and Sam and Tori are all like buddy. But then all of a sudden they start lashing out at each other, which was way out of place. Why didn't they do that before they started becoming besties? And then they hug it out. And like, I love the apology scene. I thought it was very good acting by Peyton and Mary, but it was way out of place though. And then you have the whole Korea stuff, which again, like the pacing is so bad. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you go from like this silly, giggly stuff, Sam and Tori, to like this dark tone stuff with Kreese and Quan, which I like the Quan stuff in this episode. Don't get me wrong, but it's just placed completely wrong. And then this episode ends with the reveal there can only be 6 fighters in the Saikai Taikei, which makes sense. It's a world tournament. They can't just allow everybody. But next we have Underdogs. Now, I thought this episode was much better. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. I love the Mike Barnes stuff, but they do things in this episode that I do not agree with. You have Johnny fighting Mike Barnes over Devin making the cut for the Saikai Taikei, which you have her do something completely out of pocket, and you have her poison Kenny with laxatives. so that she would get a better chance at getting into the Saikai Taikai. Okay, then you have Hawk and Dimitri get into an argument over MIT. Okay, that causes drama between them, and then you have Hawk not make the main team. Like he's the All Valley champ. He should get a guaranteed spot. Like, what are we doing here? Like it was so ridiculous. Like, and the Kenny diarrhea stuff was just so unnecessary and so stupid and just not funny. But yeah, the episode just wasn't that good, and Johnny was acting like a lunatic in this episode. And then we have episode 5, the part 1 finale, Best of the Best. Now, Peyton carried this episode. She carried this episode. I love what they did with Tori in this episode, except for the end, where like things start off good for her. Cree shows up out of nowhere. She tells him off. She tells Robbie about it, but asks him to not tell anyone, which, you know, she's his girlfriend, so he doesn't really tell anybody. Then they agree to like stand by each other's side no matter what. And then they decide to have the fights to determine the team captains. So then Johnny kind of takes over and is like, no, we're doing it my way. And, you know, we're doing it, you know, my way. We're doing the Eagle thing. So he kind of just pushes Daniel to the side, and like the whole thing's awkward and just completely out of character for Johnny. Daniel vents to Amanda about it. Then Tori comes home and discovers her mom is dead, and it's a really heartbreaking scene. And I love the emotion and passion that Peyton puts into it. It was a really heartbreaking scene, and you felt horrible for Tori. And then Daniel decides to train Miguel and Sam without Johnny, and Johnny's working at the dealership anyway. And it's one of the most ridiculous scenes ever. Johnny's taking the guy out for a test drive, sees Daniel's car. He drives right off the road like a maniac, then runs over to Daniel and confronts him like, what do you think you're doing? And then they get into another argument, and Daniel's like, that is beyond unprofessional. And then Johnny kind of just storms off and then goes back to the dealership, jumps on the desk and is like, I'm quitting LaRusso Auto. I'm starting my own business. Louis, let's discuss your future. Like, the whole thing was just stupid. Like, he puts Carmen and the baby in jeopardy over a stupid argument in the woods. Like, what are we doing here? And then I love the Tori flashback. Miguel and Robbie have like a mini argument, which I felt was like completely unnecessary and it just wasn't needed. So then they have the captain's fight. You have Johnny and Daniel make up again for like 2 minutes. They have Daniel ref the Miguel and Robbie fight, and then Johnny ref the Tori and Sam fight. Now, the Robbie versus Miguel fight was done very well. Miguel got off to like a 2-0 start, and then Tori shows up. Robbie's able to lock in, and he beats Miguel 3-2. Very much deserved win. Then Tori and Sam have an intense fight, and it gets to the point where Tori's about to get Sam seriously hurt. They find out that Tori's mom died, so they have to stop the fight. Tori gets upset. Then, of course, Johnny says something completely stupid, and just to win an argument against Daniel. So then Tori just straight up quits and then storms out, and no one goes after her. Like, this girl just lost her mom. She's crying, and like, you guys don't go after her. Like, instead, Johnny gets into another argument with Daniel, says like, congratulations, we just lost one of our best fighters. And then they get into another argument and start yelling at each other. Then Johnny starts being disrespectful about Miyagi, and then Daniel punches him in the face, like rightfully so, then immediately regrets it. And then Johnny shouts, quiet. He's like, after the tournament's done, you and I are done. And then Robbie and Sam just stand there and get their headbands. And then, and then Daniel looks at the headband and realizes Mr. Miyagi fought in the Saikai Taikai, which is out of nowhere. Then all of a sudden, we're at the Saikai Taikai. We're in Barcelona. And then we see Cobra Kai walk in. We see Kreese and Kim walk in. And then we see Tori walk in Cobra Kai, which that ending pissed me off. It made no sense. Like, yeah, I get you're putting her through another redemption arc, but she literally just had one. Like, what are we doing here? On to part 2. We have season 6, episode 6, Bevan Guts at Barcelona or whatever. But yeah, this episode was not great either. It's kind of all over the place. You have Tori talking to Robbie, which I did like. You had Tori talking to Devin and Sam, which I did like. Then you have the whole Johnny and Daniel arguing again. And then Johnny starts bickering with Wolf over a piece of steak. I like how mature Sam was. Then you have Robbie bet the room away with Quan, which was just stupid and just unnecessary. This episode was just kind of like all over the place. And then Sam gets mad at Robbie for not telling him about Kreese. And she's just completely condescending and unfair to Robbie. And, and then this episode ends with, like, the Saikai Taikai fights and, like the Iron Dragons reveal of Zara and Axel. But, yeah, this episode wasn't that good. And he had Chosen coming in, like, acting like a lunatic because of Kumiko. Like, he was all drunk, smashing flowers. Like, it was a bit ridiculous. Next episode 7, Dog in the Fight. This one was just weird, where you have Daniel and Johnny get into another argument again. Then Daniel finds something out about Miyagi. Then he storms off and just leaves Johnny to fend for himself. And then you have Johnny saying, like all you're doing is honoring a dead man's legacy. Like, bro, why is he disrespecting Miyagi so much? Like, I just don't get it. So then Daniel goes out to, find this thing on Miyagi. He gets knocked out and put into a dog cage. Like, what the frick are we doing? This is Karate Kid. This ain't Breaking Bad. And then Daniel gets out of it. Then he gets into a fight with Dennis from Karate Kid 3. Then you have Johnny trying to coach the students, which they did not do well at all. So then they have this whole locker room scene. Johnny yells at them. Sam snaps back at him. Then everyone gets into an argument. Hawk and Dimitri get into an argument. Shut the fuck up about MIT. And then you have Robbie and Miguel arguing, or like having a small argument. Then they have a scene later of Miguel getting frustrated with Robbie, and he's like, admit I'm right and hand over the headband, which did not help at all. And then you have Devin coming clean to Johnny about cheating by screwing Kenny over. And Johnny's like, listen, like, I've made mistakes too. And like Johnny completely like disregards it and, says it's okay, don't worry about it. So then Johnny starts doing the right thing, starts coaching them. And then, you have these like badass platform fights, which Robbie, of course, struggled. Sam did fine. Dimitri and Hawk, Dimitri did something stupid. He accidentally knocked Hawk off. And then Dimitri wasn't paying attention. He got knocked off. Then Miguel goes up there, goes to town on everybody, secures the win. Then Daniel gets back, gets into a confrontation with Kreese. Sam steps in. He hugs Sam. And this episode ends with Johnny leaving Barcelona because there's something wrong with Carmen and the baby. But yeah, not a great episode. And then episode 8. Oh my God, this is the worst Cobra Kai episode in history. You have Kim and Chosen making out for no reason. You had, which I like the Johnny and Miguel playing stuff. That was done very well. And then you had like Sam running into Axel on the beach shirtless, which that was completely unnecessary. You have them fight Quan together, and then Axel tries to kiss Sam when he literally just met her like 15 minutes ago. Then you have Quan getting to Robbie's head. Then Zara goes up to Robbie. Robbie gets drunk and hooks up with Zara. Then Tori sees it. And like this whole thing just turned into a drama fest. The pacing in this episode was really bad. Then you have Anthony giving himself diarrhea to make amends with Kenny. Like, what are we doing here? And then, like, the whole thing was pointless because it turns out Carmen and the baby are fine, and then they just send him back to Barcelona. So, like, the whole thing was just an excuse to get Devin off the team and get Kenny on there. And then to add icing to the cake, they reveal Silver butt-ass naked in a hot tub. Like, really? But yeah, that's definitely the worst episode. Then we get to episode 9, Blood In, Blood Out. This is a really good episode. We pick up where we left off. Miguel makes amends with Robbie. Tori exposes Zara. Then we get the funniest scene where Kreese punches Silver. That was hilarious. Then the Saikai Taikai fights were really good in this episode. And then when they get to Miyagi-Do versus Cobra Kai, that was done really well, specifically Robbie versus Quan. Robbie and Tori clear up the misunderstanding. And then what I didn't like was Eli and Dimitri singling out Kenny for a stupid reason. Terry Silver talks to Kenny. Kenny, blows him off or, tells him off. And, when he proves himself to Miyagi-Do, he gives Silver the bird. Then we see Miyagi-Do eliminate Cobra Kai. And Johnny kind of rubs in Kreese's face, which is deserved. Then Silver goes to Daniel and gives him something about Miyagi. Then it pretty much ends there. Then we have episode 10, Yu Zhando. Now, I wish I could rank this episode higher, but I can't. And the reason for that is that the whole thing is kind of dumb, where Tiger Strike gets caught for using steroids, and that's how Cobra Kai gets back in. So it makes the whole ending of episode 9 pointless. Completely contradicts it. And then this episode opens up with Daniel having a nightmare about Miyagi, and they use an AI Miyagi. Like, that's just completely disrespectful. I don't care if the family gave you permission to do that. And then you have Cobra Kai back in. Then you have Daniel and Johnny get into another stupid argument, and then Miguel has to step in and stop it. You get the whole training montage. The Saikai Taikai fights were cool. You have Robbie versus Axel. Robbie gets knocked down. Quan takes a cheap shot on Robbie. And then Miguel goes to stand up for him. Miguel gets knocked down by Axel. They get into it, and Gunther tries to stop it, but then the Russian dude jumps on the mic, or knocks him out, then jumps on the mic and says, "Fight!" And then this whole brawl breaks out. Like, don't get me wrong, the brawl was entertaining, but how it happened was just stupid, but there are parts I do like about it. Like I like Johnny stepping in to fight Silver when Silver knocked down Kreese. Um, Robbie helping Tori and saying like, "Oh, I would never choose you, Zara," or whatever. And then you have Daniel and Johnny versus Wolf, obviously. Then you have Axel defending Sam against Quan. Quan takes the Yuuzhan Do that Kreese dropped, and then aggressively fights Axel. Then he does like this weird spin kick, and then he ends up taking his own life. Then, and what I like about it is that it drags everybody out of the karate war, and they all see the effect it has on everybody. Kreese, Silver, Johnny, Daniel, Robbie and Tori, Sam and Miguel. Like it was heartbreaking. But then we're on to part 3, Into the Fire. I thought it was a good episode. Where it's like a month time jump. You get Quan's funeral. You get Silver trying to get the tournament back on. Daniel doesn't want to fight again. Johnny actually being honorable and saying like, it's up to you. Like, if you want to fight, let's fight. If you want to move on, then we'll move on. I do love that. And like, I love the Silver stuff where he's like, I always have the high ground and all that, and revealing that he's dealing with a terminal illness. Like, I just love that. And then this episode ends with like the tournament officially being back on. And, you know, I thought it was, you know, all around solid episode. And Sam talks about the whole college stuff. So I thought it was a solid episode. Then we have episode 12, Rattled. I thought it was like a mid episode. I do like the Sam and Tori stuff. I thought that was done very well. Love the Bobby and Johnny stuff. Love the end where the baby's born and Bobby announces Johnny and Carmen married, whatever you want to call that. Issue I have with this episode is the whole freaking Robbie training stuff where like they have this little simulator of Robbie trying to get ready for his fight against Axel. Like the whole thing was just cringy and corny and just stupid. It felt like I was watching Lab Rats. Like it was just completely unnecessary. But yeah, other than that, I thought it was a solid episode. Then we get to episode 13, one of the best episodes in the entire show. The Saikai Taikai is back on. You have Kreese apologizing to Tori, Kreese apologizing to Johnny. The Robbie versus Axel fight, which was a great fight, and it's sad to see Robbie go out the way he did. It's unfortunate, but Robbie had such a great ending where he's like, I'm not worried about the stuff I didn't win. I'm worried about the stuff I did win. My girlfriend, my dad, you know, my family. It was such an emotional part. And then you have Sam dropping out of the tournament willingly. One thing I do not like about this episode is AI Miyagi. Again, like, can you stop doing this? Like, it's disrespectful. And then Johnny confronts Kreese and they have this big emotional scene. It was done so well. Great acting by William and Martin. And then Johnny gets Cobra Kai back and he takes Miguel and Tori as a student. So really good episode. Then we get episode, which this episode is called Skeletons. This episode was called Strike Last. This episode would be a lot higher if it weren't for one thing. And you all know what scene I'm talking about. It's the scene where after the tournament, Silver sends Dennis away to go after Johnny's family. But then all of a sudden, Dennis comes stumbling down the stairs and he's dead. And then Silver walks up to the deck, and Kreese is just standing there smoking a cigar. I'm like, how the frick did this happen? And they get into like one of the worst choreographed fights. And then the cringiest dialogue where Silver's like, no. And Kreese is like, mercy. And the whole yacht blows up. Like, what are we doing here? Other than that, this episode was great. The Tori and Zara fight was phenomenal. I wish they emphasize more on how the win meant for Tori compared to season 4, but still a great win for her. I love Robbie saying "I love you" to her. That was such a great scene. And then you have Miguel and Axel's fight. That was a really well fight. That was one of the best fights in the entire show. You have Miguel and Tori winning it for Cobra Kai, but it does result in a tie. The Silver stuff was pretty good, other than the yacht explosion. Another thing I didn't like was Daniel saying to Silver, Cobra Kai never dies. Like, Daniel would have resented saying that. Like, that was just awful. Other than that, really good episode. And then the best episode of the whole show, episode 15, Ex Degenerate. This episode is all about Johnny, which is what it's supposed to be. It's completely focused on Johnny. The opening alone, where it opens up with a flashback of Johnny breaking down, crying in front of his mom's grave. And then it cuts back to present day where like Johnny has a life now, a family and all that. Then it cuts to Johnny training with Daniel. And then you get this like montage with the best around finally. Then you have Daniel realizing that the Miyagi stuff wasn't a big deal. And that Miguel gets accepted into Stanford. Sam gets Mr. Miyagi's necklace. The tournament resumes. You have Johnny versus Wolf. Now, seeing Daniel and Sam in a Cobra Kai gi was just really weird and just way off to me. But it doesn't really matter. Johnny struggles against Wolf at first. Daniel snaps him out of it. Johnny gets back into it. And then instead of stepping forward, Johnny steps backwards, gets the winning point on Wolf, and becomes a champion once again. Such a great ending to his character. Everybody's celebrating with Johnny and all of that. And then they just ended every character off so well. Johnny got a good ending. Sam and Miguel got good endings. Tori and Robbie got great endings. They get their sponsorships and all that. Dimitri and Eli get great endings. Like, they ended everyone off in a great place. My only nitpick with part 3 is Kenny gets 0 lines. Like, what's the point of his character? But yeah, that's my tier ranking. Let me know what you guys didn't agree with. But yeah, I might change it up in the future. But yeah, this is 4 hours long. Holy crap. It's midnight for me. This is the longest I've ever streamed. But I gotta go over the NBA Finals real quick, and then we're hopping off. But yeah, I've never streamed this long. Yeah. Almost done here, guys. But we got game 1 of the finals. Pacers do it again. They come back from behind, steal home court advantage. Halliburton didn't even score that much, but he had the game winner again. Toppin with 17 off the bench, 19 from Siakam, and the Thunder just collapsed at the end. Shea with 38, and still lost, 17 from J-Dub, 15 from Lu Dort. Chet had a horrible game. But yeah, Pacers win game 1. Thunder bounce back, dominate the Pacers. Siakam with 15, Halliburton just not being aggressive enough. And the bench not doing much. And then the Thunder, Shea with 34, Caruso with 20 off the bench. Chet had a better game, 15 points, 19 from J-Dub. They brought Hardenstein off the bench this time. So Thunder even it up. And then tonight, it was a very competitive game. Pacers take it at home. They go up 2-1, 2 wins away from a title. SGA 24, Chet with 20, 26 from J-Dub, and they still lose. Hardenstein did not play that well. Halliburton with 22, finally being aggressive. Siakam with 21, 27 from Mathurin off the bench, and 10 from McConnell. Great game by the Pacers. But that's going to do it for me for this 4-hour live stream, almost 5. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys next time.